and the deputy for the sterling job they have done since the morning, and all the presenters in making us to continue with this very serious flagship program of the National Council of Provinces called Local Government Week. Now we agreed that we'll be starting exactly at 2 o'clock, exactly that time that the deputy chair promised that we'll be starting the afternoon session after lunch. All the presenters. The focus will be having a discussion focusing on the state of financial management and governance in municipalities with coalition government. We know that after the outcome of the last election, there are municipalities where we have some coalition government. So we thought sharing those experiences and making sense as the National Council of Provinces might assist us to make sense and be able to be effective and efficient in doing our oversight and working with our colleagues Salga, and those that are coming from different provinces. Without much ado, I will allow Councillor Makubo, the Executive Mayor of Johannesburg, that will be doing the presentation. Councillor Makubo, sir, you are now given the opportunity to take us through in sharing with us the issue of the state of financial management in municipalities with coalition as you are leading such a municipality.
Very much, yes, thank you very much, House Chairperson, and good afternoon to honorable members, to all who have joined, my colleagues, fellow mayors, and other panelists if they are here today. I thought I would just approach this not to give rents and cents, because I've watched presentations yesterday, some of them today by the AG, the ministers. So I thought I would just share experiences on some of the issues and challenges, opportunities and learnings that are presented by coalition governments using the lenses of the city of Johannesburg, a perspective of the city of Johannesburg. If I can be allowed to share a presentation, the hostess disabled me to share. It would be much easier that at least we see the notes that we've made on our presentation. I would appreciate that, the House Chair, if you can be allowed that.
Yeah, they have allowed you now.
Have they?
Yes.
Okay.
There we go, Councillor Maku.
Yes, okay. We're trying to get it to work. Okay, thank you very much, House Chair. We thought we'll introduce to just the state of Johannesburg. I would not reflect on other coalitions. As you know that in Gauteng, the 3 metros all got less than 50%, and Mohale City and others. So in Johannesburg, briefly as an introduction, we have been since 2000 up until 2016 under the leadership of one party. From August 2016 to October 2019, the city was under the coalition led by Democratic Alliance and a few other parties. And then the coalition shifted on the 4th of December last year to be led by ourselves. Now we say there are challenges and opportunities, there are lessons to be learned from Johannesburg of a coalition government, possibly that the future of local government, especially the metros, might be decided by various forms of coalitions that come across. Now, as part of the introduction is that we realize that there's a noticeable trend that suggests that the voters distribute their votes across across political spectrum, leaving no party with outright majority to form a government. This can be a blessing and a curse, depending how parties collectively handle such an outcome. It surely would be a positive situation where there is no outright majority for one party, that there is increased consultation and outside the coalition to gain on matters to gain on matters of consensus to get a majority vote in a council. Now, what we vote on, as you know, honorable members, that we vote on a wide range of issues such as enactment of bylaws on rates and taxes, passing of budgets, raising of loans, and therefore we need to be inclusive. You have to balance the interests of the ruling, of the governing party and the interests of all other parties in council. We find that there's growing consensus that coalition government send a positive message to the electorate that political parties are actually opponents rather than enemies. And this is particularly in a country of ours that come from a history that's not seeing things in the same eyes. I don't want to say of political intolerance, but fellow South Africans are demanding of a clean governance. They're demanding of a strict oversight, and a multi-party government has a distinct advantage on providing internal oversight. This, we contend, if properly handled, can only serve to deepen the good governance, prudential care of the interests of ratepayers and our people in respective municipality. They therefore provide an inbuilt mechanism of checks and balances amongst ourselves. These, amongst others, are key consideration of what we in Greater Johannesburg call the government of local unity. So it's imperative that we reflect on what you know already, that we've got a mandate that is derived from the Constitution of a democratic, accountable government, sustainable service delivery, economic and social development, safe and healthy environment, involvement in communities and community-based organization of local governments. We are governed by various legislations that we all know, MFMA, Structures Act, etc. So we argue that it does not matter whether you're a coalition government or you are a one-party government. You must conform to the expectations and the prescripts of the Constitution and enabling legislation. Therefore, the emergence of coalitions in local government in general, and our city in particular, and the ability to operate within the context of the laws have highlighted certain areas. One of the key factors that affect us as financial management and governance in Joburg is that we find that there's limited capacity and experience of coalition partners in running government. So as you put together a coalition government, you find that you coming together with people or with parties that have limited capacity and experience in running government. So therefore, there's a gap between ourselves and the expectation of the coalition partners and ourselves in ensuring that you hit the ground running. There would be expectations from coalition partners from government, and these expectations would be or might be beyond just achieving what's on the manifesto. In Johannesburg, what we did is that we compared all the manifestos of the parties forming a coalition government. We extracted the commonalities and we made that a minimum agreement. However, you might find that there would be expectation from coalition partners that are beyond what we've agreed on. Of course, and therefore, the capacity of technocrats to execute the responsibilities within the coalition government gets very much tested, especially if there could be different messages coming from different partners of the coalition partners. Now, what are the financial management lessons that we thought we should share? We all know that prudent financial management is a cornerstone of any governance, including municipal governments. So while there's much debate on this coalition government's ability to effectively ensure good financial management, that should be above the interests of any coalition. But you find that sometimes there's a misalignment of policy solutions, of establishing common strategy, of supporting knowledge of government policy, financial control, strategic planning, in that shared vision sometimes is not always there, because one coalition or two coalition partners might have other interests other than what we put as a base of financial management. But we're very lucky that even beyond a coalition in the 2020-2021 MTREF budget, it was supported by 90% of council, because we agreed beyond just the coalition partners, but to include most other parties. In fact, it's only one party that did not support the budget and the IDP of the city, which proves that we can exercise power in a manner that is all-inclusive, in a manner that we can all coalesce in the interest of our employees, in a manner that we can ensure that all the residents of Johannesburg are taken care of in the interest of in their own interest. Now we say the 2021 budget story for us, anchored on a coalition, has established a common vision, a common strategy. We need consistent engagement, not only with our partners, but with everyone in council. So ordinarily, on a coalition government, things are still the same. The factors, including national management of national grants, tariff setting, effective revenue collection and management, prudent expenditure management, completeness of revenue, ensuring that we comply with laws and regulations of supply chain, keeping prudent financial ratios, investor covenants, national treasury guidelines. These for us are quite key in ensuring that we have prudent financial management as a local municipality. Sorry, my apologies. However, the frame conditions that we approve the budget and that become very difficult for coalition. But when there's a slow economic growth, and of course everyone is impacted, the disposable income levels are impacted, customers' abilities to service debts are impacted, the affordability on the basket of tariffs, if the increases are high or they're just limited to pass-through costs, the burden is still high on the consumer. The financial capacity of any city or municipality to respond to historical infrastructure backlogs, to continue spending on capex, is actually severely tested by the frame conditions of slow economic growth. Of course, the scope of borrowing, the limitations of our balance sheet, the carrying capacity of the balance sheet in the light of high debt to revenue levels is actually, again, being tested. Therefore, our ability to sustain liquidity, prudent liquidity levels, especially in the light of limitations of aggressive credit control, becomes a key challenge to us as a city. Now, if we are not all as coalition partners on the same page, and we are faced with these externalities that are beyond your control, you might find that what the coalition partners, as a leader of the coalition, wants to achieve politically for their own objectives, or as a coalition in council, it gets very tested and can test the coalition severely, where now you can start bickering on things other than what you had agreed on. So we entered the budget process with poor economic forecast at the beginning of the year, and this has been exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. Okay. Now, this is being a very difficult year, especially consulting on the IDP and the budgets and the legislative requirements of engaging our communities. We did all had to do this virtually, online platforms. We had to find ingenious ways of consulting with our communities. Now, that on its own started raising problems, especially within our partners, that but you are not listening to this community or that community or that community. You're only focusing on the communities that have access to the internet. There are areas where there's no access, especially on the fringes of the city, where people are living in squalor, in informality. So there have been limitations of our own consulting model. Again, that has put a strain on what is that we should be doing or we are doing. From a financial management perspective, since the coalitions in 2016 in Johannesburg, there's been observation by the Auditor General that there's been pressure on the supply chain management provisions. There was an increase in the contravention of supply chain management regulations, in particular, the use of Regulation 32 as a preferred procurement method in the city of Johannesburg. Now, investigations will reveal that are underway that this abuse of Regulation 32 directly related to the issues of trying to please coalition partners and or strategic partners, because Regulation 32 means if there's a contract in Mogalakwena Municipality of Revenue Management, and then they put pressure to say, let's not go out on tender, let's go and use that contract in Mogalakwena for whatever reasons that I think investigations will reveal. So one of the factors that contributes to this is the need to use a procurement process that permits targeting preferred service provider as compared to competitive processes. Key weakness of a coalition is targeting preferred service providers who've got contracts somewhere else. I mean, our issue here is very well known. There's a fleet issue in Johannesburg where we went to a small municipality that has only 1,000 cars. Joburg has got 4,000 cars. Even the contracts themselves were not the same contract as required by Regulation 32. The cars are not the same. So this for us was a key problem. The second observation is the financial performance, such as grant funding declines. The city of Johannesburg witnessed a significant underspending on infrastructure grant funding, resulting in some funding being withdrawn. So lack of agreement on what to do, where to do it. One, coalition partners or strategic partners needing a departure from the agreed IDP and the agreed business plans resulted in some of the grants not being spent. Therefore, Joburg losing a significant amount of money back to the National Treasury. So one of the factors, again, that contributes to this is failure to conform with grant conditions. Its preference to shifting funding to alternative projects in different areas, and the failure to conform with built environment plans. There would be pressure to hire chemical toilets in some land that's being invaded. Therefore, you're moving funds from where the condition should be to where it should be. I mean, we had a case where funds were moved from CAPEX to go and provide chemical toilets in a municipality that's outside our jurisdiction, outside our boundaries. The municipalities is in the informal settlement is in Ekurhuleni, bordering the Midrand area around Tembisa. And we saw that because there was pressure from a coalition partner of us. Now we say that we still are governed by the legislative framework. In Joburg, we're fortunate that we have the separation of powers between the legislature, and the executive, even through a complex system of delegations. The COJ governance structure will reflect on it later on, briefly. And of course, we've got oversight in the form of governments of quarterly performance assessments. Now on the issues of governance, one of the key observations, especially from the white paper, the constitution and related legislation, it clearly spells out the things that enjoins us, regardless whether we are in coalition or not. There's a disjuncture between this common position and coalition agreements, if there's one, or any other informal basis. So we say that whatever is in the white paper, whatever is in the constitution and enabling legislation, you might find that whenever you come together as a coalition and put up a coalition agreement, there might be a disjuncture between the two, and that is very possible. This contributes to delayed decision making as well as at times operational decisions that are opposed to commonly established municipal policy positions. One of our major experiences, and I dare say here in Johannesburg is true, is the issue of lack of capacity that I mentioned and experience amongst coalition partners to run their affairs of government, which at times contributes to the major governance challenges as shown through delayed decision making, blurring of the executive and administration lines where the MMC thinks that they are the head of department, as well as contraventions of various legislations and policies. And if you don't watch this, this might lead to a collapse of governance and further exacerbate the collapse of municipal governance. Governance is also affected by misinterpretation of what oversight means over government departments to mean ownership of a government department as an expectation from a coalition partner. For instance, if the Department of Environment and Infrastructure in Johannesburg has an MMC who's not from who's from the coalition party, they think that the department is theirs, and the entities that fall under that department, they think they are theirs. So it's like they are a shareholder. The shareholder is not the council. The shareholder of record is not the mayor. So this word oversight tends to be misinterpreted by coalition partners. However, the current voting framework may lead to more coalitions in future. However, where performance of political parties in elections is considered, coalition governments end up giving a governing responsibility to parties that have not earned this responsibility by virtue of numbers. So you find a party with the highest number in a municipality, let's say it's got 48%, but all other small parties gang up and come together to form a government away from a government that's got the majority of votes from the electorate. However, we can define policy positions, and when they are not defined upfront, there's a risk of extreme minority policy positions being adopted that do not represent any significant majority in any government. So our experience shows that coalition government can aid shared policy development. However, they also lack strategic certainty in cities. So while there's shared policy development amongst coalition partners and amongst different parties in council, they also lack strategic certainty at times. For instance, we had a long-term strategy in Johannesburg, and we still have it, called the Growth and Development Strategy 2040. That strategy is aligned to national outcomes, it's aligned to the National Development Plan. And when a coalition government came in, they failed to acknowledge it, they put it on the back burner and had a negative effect on the city's ability to align with local, provincial, and national objectives, because then there was a different trajectory that the city wanted to follow outside an agreed long-term plan that might, in the long run, work against the city achieving its own objective, because it's a city we envisage in 2040 for our children and our children's children. So our experience confirms that the Cooperative Governance Department and National Treasury must continue to work the work of supporting strategic certainty in municipalities, as well as challenging municipalities to ensure that whatever government is in power, the outcomes of government cannot be diverted from. There's a greater role in national government, there's a greater role in the NCOP, there's a greater role in the National Assembly and in national government generally, that we ensure that in municipalities especially, whatever plans that are there, they must withstand any change in governance. Especially because in our own experience, there's been a collapse of governance in certain municipal entities, and so something that we are working to correct. For instance, City Power, which was our cash generator, it's our electricity distributor. In 2016, we had surpluses and had cash balances of over 3 billion rands on average per month. Now it's living on overdraft. It's all but collapsed because of lack of governance, tight governance arising out of a coalition government in the city of Johannesburg. We say now that we are managing through what you call a coalition agreement managed by a political management committee. It's called an MOU that addresses representation of parties in government and how they relate, how to resolve disputes. And then we agree that we should work collaboratively. So these are examples of the key strategic agreements that we made as all of us to say we are going to fight corruption decisively. We are going to put systems in place for financial viability and good governance. We are going to drive a safer city, getting JMPD police people in wards, 10 per ward. And we've restored 6 kiloliters of free water for everyone in the city of Johannesburg. So just to share a bit, in Joburg, we run Joburg through MOEs, municipal-owned entities. Now these, together with CORE, are the front-facing entities that deliver to the residents. Water provides water, city power provides power, JDA is a development agency, City Parks deals with cemeteries and open spaces, Joshko Social Housing, Joburg Market is a price determiner of fruits and vegetables. Now, these entities would be under the leadership or oversight of different MMCs who do not necessarily belong to one party. So like you find Johannesburg Property Company belongs to, is under economic development, which is led by a coalition partner. And when you look at Johannesburg Property Company and the instability that's there, you can attribute it directly to the issues of coalition. However, we still have solid governance processes that are under 4 clusters, and then the mayor oversees all the 4 clusters to ensure that a cluster is responsible for governance, financial management, service delivery. That's to tighten up the issues of governance. And this is how we govern. So there's council and council committees. There'll be advisory committees which are external in the main mayoral committee, which is made up. So if things collapse at the mayoral committee level, things are bound to collapse at the council level. And then the chairpersons of entities then will relate to mayoral committee. Now, these are committees that we formed in Johannesburg, and we suggest that there should be a standard. So group audit committee is per the legislation. For us, it's for the group, and even each own municipal entity is called its own oversight committee. And then we've got a performance audit committee. So this looks at the numbers and the auditors pay the OJG, but predetermined objectives have got a special committee that is chaired by that is constituted by external experts who help us the performance of the municipality. And then, of course, we've got the group risk governance committee that looks at risk from the risk of service delivery to a risk of fire or the city collapsing. So all in all, these committees assist us as mayoral committee oversee the city, ensure that there is proper governance in the city of Johannesburg. Now, these are irrespective of a coalition, and we are relying on them to ensure that we govern the city very well. Now we moving to what the opportunities presented by coalitions going forward. Our experience enables us to make a meaningful contribution to the discussions on how performance of coalition governments inform us electorally. We confirm that indeed we must accelerate the work of ring-fencing core sets of outcomes that municipalities and cities must deliver, regardless of which coalition government comes into power or whether there's one party government. So these core sets of outcomes must be sacrosanct and should not be moved from. So there's a need to strengthen capacity building and support provided to coalition governments to enable them to execute their responsibilities, especially in areas where there are completely new participants. This will help improve financial management and governance in municipalities. Again, there's an opportunity to develop a framework to guide coalition governments to better align to local government mandates. At the moment, is a pay as you go, is touch and go. There is no framework. It depends on the whims of the leader of the coalition. And coalition agreements ideally should not be in contravention of mandates of local government, must always be encouraged to attain and enhance that mandate. And the last opportunity is to strengthen the caliber of municipal officials and the frameworks that support them to navigate the pressures that come with coalition governments and the blurring of roles that happens in the early stages of coalition governments. Our concluding remarks, Chairperson and honorable members, is that coalition agreements and priorities must be clear from the onset, or else financial management governance will collapse. Any plan needs room and scope for addressing the requirements of broader constituency. We need to respect and affirm robust and effective institutional systems and structures. I cannot overemphasize this, that we need a state and a council that can withstand any form of a coalition that comes into being. Resource constraints means that not all requests from coalition partners can be honored. Therefore, they'll make coalitions unstable, and therefore that will affect the residents of that city. As can be seen with what was happening in the north of Johannesburg, in the city that is north of Johannesburg. However, consultation across and outside coalition is vital to gain consensus on matters that require majority vote, especially the ones that are stipulated under Section 160 of the Constitution. Alienation of land, bylaws, rates, budgets, loans, because there you need a majority. And we believe that, if one can go beyond the coalition and get the entire council to be supportive of these issues, then there's a positivity that comes with it. We need to guard against decisions made in the interest of the coalition with far-reaching financial implications and the future. These, in many instances, are not in the interest of the residents of the municipality, however, are in the subjective interest of coalitions. And if you don't guard against this, or if, let's say, the mayor goes against this, they run the risk of collapsing a municipality and therefore bringing instability into the municipality. Of course, we need to prepare and plan for prolonged decision-making so that to limit the impact on service delivery. It's not easy. Agility to make decisions, especially governance decisions, is limited. It's constrained by coalition government because we always have to consult. We have to consult and consult extensively with the coalition partners. And lastly, accountability and transparency are key, so that you are an open book. But you not only are transparent to your coalition partners, you become transparent to the entirety of council, to the residents, and of course, ensuring that the reporting to province and reporting to national is done timelessly, because we need tight management as it relates to these things. But overall, coalitions can work if they are tightly managed. If ever we elevate the interest of the residents, the interest of the city above the interest of the coalition, which is always difficult, is not always easy. Therefore, you'd find the state of finances in coalitions not being very strong. They're always very weak because of different interests that are being pushed. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I thought I must take it at that high level without going into the granular details of the coalition. I'd like to thank you, honorable members and Chairperson.
Thank you, Executive Mayor Makubo, for that detailed presentation that is giving us a sense and an understanding of what is happening in a coalition, as you have that direct experience in terms of Joburg. Honorable members, in terms of the program, we're supposed to have the VETS governance, School of Governance Professor Boysen, and another executive mayor of Prince Albert local municipality. Unfortunately, for reasons beyond our control, both of
Chief Whip? Chief Whip?
Yeah, Advocate.
Okay, can we proceed?
Yes, we can proceed.
In so forth because.
Yes, I agree. Let's proceed.
Okay, it appears Honorable Nyambi has lost some connection.
Okay, now we can proceed. Advocate.
Okay, he's back. He seems to be back.
I'm waiting for the hands.
Okay.
Chief Whip.
House Chair,
I'm recognizing you.
No, I would suggest that we proceed, take other presenters, and then we discuss later. I don't know, but that would be my take. I thought that is how we agree now.
Okay, we take all the presentation.
Yes.
Okay, Mengwenya, Mama.
House Chair.
Are you ready,
Hello?
Mama? You can take
House
the next
Chair.
presenters, Mama, and continue with the program. Yes.
Okay, no, it's fine.
It's parliamentary to say Mama.
Yes. It's a sign of respect.
Honorable Nyambe, you want me to take over? Okay, thanks,
Yes, you can take.
thank you, honorable members. We are going to call the next speaker after Honorable Makubu. Is Councillor A. Lottering, Executive Mayor, Prince Albert Local Municipality.
No, Mengwenya. Lottering and poison are not in.
No.
Those that were supposed to sell. This is your session now. Yes.
You want me to go to my session?
Yes.
Yes, Mama.
Okay.
Straight to your session.
Okay. Yes, very much. Thanks, Honorable Nyambe. Honorable presiding officers of the NCOP, Honorable Amos Masondo, Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Sylvia Lucas, Honorable Nyambe, House Chairperson, Member Support and International Relations, Honorable Minister of GOTA and Deputy Minister, Honorable MEC of GOTA, Honorable President of SALGA and Local Government Representative, Permanent and Special Delegate to the NCOP, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the Local Government Week program of 2020 is in progress and is proceeding very well. As Nelson Mandela once said, when he addressed the NCOP in 1998, when he said, I quote, "It is therefore appropriately that the NCOP should be the forum for the exchange of views at this point in the annual parliamentary cycle," close quote. We are indeed witnessing healthy exchange of views and discussions since we started on this Tuesday. Honorable members, without any further ado, we are now moving to the first panel discussion of the two-panel discussion of session 7 of our program. The first panel discussion is guided by the following sub-theme: the impact of municipality boundary redetermination of the municipality governance service delivery, financial sustainability, and effective performance of local government. We are 3 panels for this panel discussion, and we have an hour to listen to one of them. We will divert the hour by giving each panelist 20 minutes to deliver his presentation. After all the three panelists have presented, I will then invite hands to discussion, comment, and clarity seek question. Before we move to the second panel discussion, honorable members, it is my pleasure to invite our first panel, Mr. Magnoni, chairperson of the Demarcation Board. Thank you.
Chairperson, sorry.
Chairperson of the Demarcation Board, is it ready?
Chairperson, sorry. Sorry to interrupt you and sorry to interrupt Mr. Magnoni. I just want to know, will there be no discussions on coalitions then? I'm just not sure. Maybe the Chief Whip can just help us with that.
Okay, Chief Whip.
No, Chair. Can assist. We agree that we'll take all the presentations that we are now dealing with, and then we'll discuss all of them at once.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Okay, are you covered, Honorable Clotter?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. T. Magnoni, chairperson of Demarcation Board, is it here ready?
I am ready. Our program director.
Okay, before you start, I wanted to bring this to all the members that in our program, there are some changes in terms of the speakers. The third speaker that is Councillor Pule Shai, he's going to replace by Councillor Maluleka. And Councillor Masilela will be replaced by Councillor Mahane. Thank you. You can take over, sir.
Thank you, Program Director. Honorable members, let me also acknowledge the chairperson of the NCOP, chairpersons present here, members of the NCOP, councillors also are participating in this session. And to conclude, let me just say all protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, we all know that the issue of boundary redeterminations of municipalities are also a major concern when it comes to matters of service delivery, financial sustainability, and effective performance of local government. In most cases, we are looking into redetermination as a way of enhancing service delivery. Whether this is happening or not is what I think we need to discuss today. Let me start by indicating that the Demarcation Board is mandated by the Act itself, the MDB Act, and also by the Constitution to look into matters of determination of municipalities. And this also is through your Structures Act, also the act that I mentioned, the MDB, Municipal Demarcation Boards Act. The board's legislative mandate is essentially drawn from two key pieces of legislation, the Demarcation Act and also the Municipal Structures Act. The following functions are assigned to an independent municipal demarcation board. That is one, it must basically determine municipal outer boundaries for each local sphere in the country, including making decisions as to whether the municipal areas determined should be governed by a category A, in other words, a metro, or B, a local municipality or a district municipality. In other words, I'm trying to indicate that the Demarcation Board can basically determine and be able to say a municipality then becomes a metro, or it is a local municipality, or it remains a district municipality. And two, it also delimits wards, mainly for category A and B municipalities. This we do for purposes of elections, the process that we are presently engaged in. The third issue is we assess also the capacity of municipalities when determining boundaries, whether these municipalities will be able to deliver services or not. And also, we also render advisory service in relation to matters that I mentioned earlier. Let me start by indicating the history. With the establishment of the Municipal Demarcation Board in 1999, the number of municipalities were rationalized from 843 municipalities to 284 municipalities in preparation for the 2000 local government elections. The number was further reduced to 283 before the 2006 elections, and then to 276 ahead of the 2011 local elections, and 278 municipalities in post-2011. The current 257 municipalities consist of 8 metropolitan municipalities, 44 district municipalities, and 205 local municipalities. With the initial exercise, I must indicate, of the area in preparation also for 2000 and also moving towards 2006, we were able as the country to de-racialize the local government sphere. In other words, we didn't have a municipality for Black people, a municipality for white people. We got rid of your Black local authorities and had municipalities administratively and politically that were de-racialized and serving all South Africans. The issue obviously presently is, are we also economically can say we are equitable in that regard when it comes to issues of municipalities? Recent research commissioned by SALGA in 2017 and also an independent study by Ngube and Vaku in 2014 has shown that there are many factors that affect not only municipal financial or fiscal performance and sustainability, but also governance and service delivery. And these are not limited to the following: lack of tax base, this was discussed previously, due to poverty and unemployment, issues of backlogs, maintenance, poor revenue systems and collection, service and payment boycotts, poor service delivery and budget planning, unfunded mandates, corruption, skills and knowledge and experience deficits, as well as failures on the part of provincial and central government to intervene timeously to address these issues in municipalities. The general discourse around demarcations point out that the practice of regular and continuous redeterminations and merging of municipal boundaries lead to substantial instability in municipal governance, administration, and service delivery. It has been argued that this instability detracts municipal entities from efficient municipal governance and service delivery. It makes the attainment of capable governance and long-term planning difficult, and also it fuels political instability. The Auditor General's audit opinions of municipalities reporting on predetermined objects and compliance with legislation are a good indicator of municipal governance. After measures, fruitless, irregular, unauthorized expenditure as a percentage of total expenditure, it increased in most municipalities in the country. So that's the second factor. One is the instability of your regular and continuous redetermination of outer boundaries. Two, the Auditor General's report is indicating that after measures, fruitless and irregular and unauthorized expenditures as a percentage of total expenditure, it has increased in most of these municipalities. Many of these adverse findings from the Auditor General reports can be attributed to the fact that many senior managers in municipalities They lack the requisite capacity and skills. Merely amalgamating municipalities without addressing such basic issues of capacity, training, and skills based in municipalities will not have significant impact on the improvement of governance after measures. The Municipal Demarcation Board has made a substantial legislative amendment and proposal to address some of these key concerns raised. For instance, the Municipal Demarcation Board has put forward the proposal to amend process for major demarcations to be considered after every 10-year cycle, instead of the 5-year cycle that we basically are dealing with at the present moment, with a view, of course, to limit the cycles of continuous redeterminations. Lack of planning, change management, costing and provision of resources for the transitionary processes during measures, consolidations, have had significant impact on the overall governance and service delivery in municipalities beyond the demarcation processes. Addressing these issues and allowing for proper planning and transitional processes will not only serve to mitigate challenges brought by demarcations, but will minimize governance challenges that occur as a result of boundary redeterminations. As we all would agree, service delivery is not wholly a demarcation issue, as there are several factors that impact on it. And of course, we have indicated earlier some of those issues. However, it should be acknowledged that the issue does have profound spatial dimensions and is therefore an integral part of municipal demarcation agenda. Early policy thinking on this issue by those who came before us, they were debating whether larger entities allowed for more efficient and affordable service delivery, a line of thinking that eventually found expression in the concept of district municipalities. So the issue is, do we need bigger municipalities or do we need smaller municipalities? Which ones will be a better tool for service delivery? That's another issue that we need to look into. There are instances where discontent with service delivery in a specific community or area is advanced as a motivation for requests for redeterminations. This phenomenon is based on the perception that a particular community or area will be better served if they could administratively form part of another municipal area. We know the view that the grass is greener on the other side of the fence. Remember, we forget that the more we are on that other side of the fence, the lesser the grass will be, of course. See, MDB does not deliver services, but only demarcates boundaries for specific purposes outlined in its mandate. Poor service delivery or the lack of services cannot be addressed by demarcation processes, but by municipal council and administrations, and interventions also by provincial government and key role players in local government, e.g. SALGA. The other issue is redetermination of boundaries can influence communities' access to local government services. Experiences 2000 has demonstrated that incorporation with richer jurisdictions can lead to a better standard of service, while inclusion in poorer areas can often lead to lower quality of services. We will remember during that period, we used to talk about cross-subsidization, where the richer, through taxes and so forth, revenue, were subsidizing the poorer areas within a municipality. I'm not sure whether that lexicon or term is still appropriate at the moment. But given the fact that other areas are so poor that one would think they are a big scrapyard, the issue of redistribution will have to be looked into these municipalities. Let's look also into financial sustainability. Section 25 of the Municipal Demarcation Act have placed emphasis on viability in a number of sub-provisions. It does, however, go on to say that demarcation is, however, not only determinant and intervention to achieve municipal viability and sustainability. However, demarcation often becomes a means through which the limited economic basis of merging municipalities can be combined with the intention that through reduced fixed costs of municipalities, for instance, single management structures, etc., and merged economic basis, there will be overall improvement in the living conditions of people and the improvements in the financial sustainability of municipalities in such areas. 2, recent amalgamations reveal that transitional grant funding given to municipalities during these processes are very little and do not cover the long-term costs associated with establishment of new municipalities. A good example is in Tshwane, where transitional costs after incorporation of Metsweding District Municipality and 2 local municipalities, Lukenza, Taiman, and Kugwe, in 2011 were estimated at 1 billion rand. Tshwane only received a once-off transitional grant of 20 million rand from COGTA. And that obviously has left Tshwane with many problems of sustainability and viability financially. Therefore, it is important that key local government role players such as SALGA, COGTA, FFC, and Parliament play a role in advocating for efforts to raise the revenue levels and particularly the transfers to these municipalities which have lower levels of economic opportunity. 3, well implemented through well-managed transitional arrangements internationally are a testimony to improvements in the possibility of post-merger financial sustainability. For instance, in Ottawa in Canada, for example, the transitional process was managed by a well-funded and resourced transitional board, which had a wide and clear mandate to manage transitional period. The same applied when there was a merger of East Berlin and West Berlin. The budget during that time of the merger, the East Berlin side was spending 70% of the infrastructure budget of the total municipalities to make sure that it is at least equitable to the west side. Presently, we can see that both as one municipality or city, one would not necessarily be able to differentiate. But unfortunately in South Africa, your townships and your previous white towns, the difference is still there, simply because of the issue of funding those poor areas and resourcing them properly hasn't been properly addressed in this regard. Past engagements in local government sector advocated for formal due diligence studies to be commissioned before boundary redeterminations are finalized to identify and project the financial situation to the affected municipalities and advise on what steps should be taken to minimize severe impacts on the financial viability and sustainability of municipalities. The financial and fiscal implications of boundary redeterminations should be prioritized and established, and funding sources should be identified before any demarcation decision is pronounced. This is a call that the Municipal Demarcation Board is taking seriously and will consider when future demarcation decisions are considered. In other words, in this term, before any outside redetermination amalgamations are considered, would want to know the fiscal implications and be sure that there are guarantees. If not, we would not consider any of the requests to amalgamate because of the problems that we know we will be faced with in later process. Beyond the demarcations, it must be noted that there are other factors that are bedeviling the financial viability and sustainability of municipalities. This includes, amongst others, the low rate of collection of revenue, because sometimes you amalgamate a smaller municipality with a bigger municipality, and then the smaller area is supposed then to be on par with the bigger one in terms of revenue and taxes that are imposed by the municipality. Absence of appropriately skilled personnel and their correct placement is also an issue. The third issue is widespread instances of rent-seeking and corruption amongst public representatives and businesses, reflecting a broader breakdown in the values and good governance principles. Also, poor institutional capacity, including poor budgeting and poor planning, are another factor, and including limited and insufficient financial resources available to deliver in their mandate and in their mandated functions and responsibilities. I must indicate, ladies and gentlemen, that our past studies and evidence have shown that there is not sufficient evidence supporting the notion that municipalities are able to improve in performance as a result of measures, amalgamations, or de-establishment. And there are no conclusive evidence to suggest that the size of a municipality has been a major problem impeding the performance of local government. I can then say in conclusion that the most important issue on performance is visionary, capable leadership, and of course, solid institutions. Those are necessary for municipalities to be effective instruments for service delivery. No amount of boundary redetermination or amalgamations can replace that fact. I thank you, Chairperson Yabule.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Then we'd like to continue with our presenters. The next councillor that is going to speak is Councillor D.D. Vos, Dr. Beas Naidu, local municipality. I can't hear you.
Sorry for that. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Let me take the opportunity to greet all the members present, the Chairperson of the NCOP, the Deputy Chair, Ministers, Deputy Ministers who are present, my President from Salga, and the other mayors and councillors who participate, as well as the other members of honorable members of the House. It's a great pleasure for me to present today here on behalf of Dr. Bayes Nautia, the impact and what we are experiencing as one of those municipalities which have been amalgamated. Lance will put up the presentation, but I'm not going to wait till you have done it. I will proceed in the meantime. I will just sketch a background of Dr. Bayes Nautia municipality, demarcation imperatives, demarcation factors, impact of demarcation conclusions, and some recommendations. As I sit here presenting, my and them are busy trying to prevent ESCOM from interrupting our electricity from tomorrow. And this, some of it is attributable to the history of this municipality. This municipality is in Sarah Baartman District Municipality in the Eastern Cape. It was established on the 3rd of August 2016 after the local government elections. It was a merger between the erstwhile Kamdabu municipality, Ikwezi municipality, and Pavian's local municipalities. I must just add here, two of these municipalities at the time of amalgamation and inauguration were at the stage of collapse. Ikwezi, the district have already paid 3 months before the amalgamation, salaries for staff and everything there. Pavians, there was a total shutdown of service delivery and governance because of labor disputes. So the municipality incorporates places like New Bethesda, Graafrenet, Aberdeen, Johnsonville, Klipplaat, Statelaville, Willowmore, of which Gravenet is the seat, and is situated in the Karoo, which is also facing a drought since 2016. I think the most severe drought. Geographically, this municipality is 49% of the Sara district municipality, land mass, with a low population density of 2.8 persons per square kilometer. The Sara Barkman district municipality is over 60,000 square kilometers and is composed out of 7 local municipalities. Only this one municipality is nearly covering half of those 60,000 square kilometers of this district municipality. The background statistics on the municipality, there's a total population of about 82,197. The unemployed rate in this municipality is 28%. Youth unemployment out of the 28% is 33%. The number of households is 20,784, and the average household size is 3.8 persons. I have already indicated the cover. It is 28.6 thousand square kilometers geographically, the single municipality. We have 14 wards and 27 councillors. What are the 2 imperatives of demarcation imperatives? I just want to quote 2 of them. The first one, most importantly, municipal demarcations must improve economical, social, administrative, and financial sustainability of municipalities, bringing together people in geographic units so that they can largely live, work, shop, play in the same municipal area. That is one imperative. A second imperative, merging municipalities are not only about striving to improve settlement patterns, leadership, and economic bases, but they are also about creating more financially viable municipalities. Those are 2 of the imperatives of the demarcations. Now, the key demarcation factors for this municipality, Bayers Nodia, the merger of municipalities which were small in population terms but large in area terms. This municipality is now the 3rd largest municipality in South Africa, geographically, in terms of area space, because you amalgamated 2 grade 1 municipalities with 1 grade 3 municipality. The general loss of population, possibly due to migration and or increasing urbanization, merger of small municipalities without a rate base, becoming even more financially unviable. Elected councillors have large areas to serve. There's one ward in this municipality which is nearly 200 square kilometers in one ward, 200 kilometers. The National Treasury's financial distress scores found generally that there was no or improved change in their status before and after the formal mergers occurred. What was the financial position at when we were merging? Just there on the screen, it is shown there. That is the state of finances when the merger took place. The former equity, you will see 31 million, Bavarians 19.3, and Kamdabu, which was the one municipality which was at least the grade 3, 14.4 million. And you can see there the major creditors. It was AG, ESCOM, the one which is now intending to cut us tomorrow on the 11th. You can see what is the debts there. So the total inherited debt at the amalgamation was 65.2. And that was not the only one. The rest came out after amalgamation. A lot of other debtors or creditors came to the fore. We were faced just by sheriffs of the court since our inauguration. Everyone claiming they were owed. Then what are the current assets versus current liabilities at the 30th of June 2019? You will see this is the unaudited figures 2018-2019. Current assets, you will see 2 million. And if you see that against the current liabilities is 218.1. You'll see the unspent conditional grants at June 2019 It relates mainly to the drought grants for which rollover was approved and spending was done in 2019-20 financial year. I'm highlighting this because this municipality was highly in the news because with a perception that they can't account for the drought money, and that the explanation is clear, and the Department of Water can prove that the money has been spent in the 2019-20 financial year. So when you go to the what is the current assets versus current liabilities, it's very clear. 62 against 280. That is now the liabilities. That is the ratio, expected ratio is 2:1 for assets versus liabilities. And currently, what is happening with us? It's 0.28:1. And that is the unaudited results for us. Current show is 0.14:1, which should clearly say the state of the municipality. The municipality has no cash back reserves. It started with no cash back reserves. And the main contribution is the high creditors balance for the municipality with low cash levels. So the impact, what are the administrative impact on demarcation or mergers? Is the rationalization of services, change management costs, acquisition of new technology for human resources, financial and payroll systems, harmonization of systems, rationalization of administrative policies, rationalization of fees and tax rates, harmonization of asset registers, voters' rolls, merger management, coordination and communication. You should understand, you amalgamate 3 municipalities, 2 was grade 1, so there's no equity in the rates and taxes and the payments for the communities in the new municipality. The human resource impact of demarcation. The first one is harmonization of wages, salaries and allowances. And wages are often set at the highest level paid by the separate municipalities. Here you amalgamated 2 grade 1s with a grade 3. The highest one is grade 3. The grade 1s must now all come up and be paid at grade 3. But it doesn't mean that the rates and taxes is also go the same route, because you can't do that once off. You must phase that in. But it doesn't mean that when you amalgamated, the places is now revenue is improved. But the salaries must go up because unions are not going to wait until phase in. And the members want to be paid as from the date of amalgamation. And that's what has hit this municipality the hardest, the equalization. Then the harmonization of human resources policies, harmonization of councillor allowances, and costs associated with training, retooling, and workers, and costs associated with staff redeployment. You can a municipality of 28,000 kilometers. How do you serve that and the redeployment of staff? We are still have not yet even finalized the whole total process of the placement because of the difficulty and the cost implications which goes with it. Retrenchment of staff or layoff of staff. You can only retrench people or you can lay off staff if you have money to do that. And a municipality which started on the back foot with creditors like ours don't even have money to go and start the retrenchment or layoff of staff because you have to pay those people. Revenue and expenditure impact of demarcation, there's an increased expenditure due to wage and services rationalization. I have already explained to you just the impact of equalization on this municipality to take 2 grade 1 municipalities up to a grade 3. It nearly cost up to 20 million rand. I don't even want to refer to what was the transitional grant which we received. Then there's the tariffs. You must now also equalize the tariffs. You can't do it once off. 2 of these areas were totally no collection because there's not, it's just 51%, by the way, let me mention it. 51% of the households are indigent people in this municipality. So the tariffs, you can increase the tariff but you will not get an income, revenue, because of the poverty levels in the area. There is income for some consumers in prison law. I explained that. So the conclusion, what is the conclusion of our experience is one, what we experienced, there was limited planning, and I think we should all agree. This amalgamation, the last one, was done long after the closure of the outer boundaries by the demarcation board. It was done when that process was already closed, which means there was limited planning and change management, costing and provision of resources for the transitionary processes of merger. And then the absence of a functional and dedicated team to work with the merged municipalities to properly manage the change processes was evident. I am saying, and we agree in our municipality, in fact, we amalgamated ourselves in Dr. Bayer's note here, because there was no real proper planning. It started when we were inaugurated and we had to start that process with minimal support, let me admit also. Then the lack of proper planning and a transitional grant to facilitate the restructuring process. I think the chairperson and our former chairperson of SAGA, Honorable Magnoni, has just indicated the issue of the grant for these municipalities. Due diligence studies should have been commissioned after boundary decisions to identify the financial situation of the affected municipalities. As I already indicated, this amalgamation was done already after the closure of the outer boundary processes by the demarcation board. So there was no due diligence done by the time when we went into the amalgamation again. The municipal demarcation was seen as a solution to viability and sustainability, because this municipality, 2 municipalities within it, has already collapsed by the time we went into demarcation. So that may have been one of the reasons to check, to see that they may become viable because of the Grade 3. The recommendations, Chair, recommendations there are 4 of them, very clear. Municipal sustainability is we must investigate options to raise the revenue levels, and particularly the transfers to the municipalities which have lower levels of economic opportunity. Let me also add, in fact, the grants and transfers to this municipality have been reduced after amalgamation, even though they did not even be sustainable before amalgamation. Now you don't understand the logic of that. The transitional grant, 3-year budget should be provided for mergers, which would allow transitional costs to be accommodated. An impact assessment, you can't amalgamate without having been done. Due diligence studies should be commissioned to assess the financial and governance situation of demarcated municipalities. And then the demarcation legacy, municipal demarcation should not be seen as a solution for viability and sustainability. I think the chairperson of the demarcation board have also raised that very strongly. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We are going to continue with our presentation, then we'll take discussion after. I would like to call Councillor Maluleka, that who is replacing Councillor Pule Shai. Councillor.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. Yeah, Councillor Maluleka speaking. I'm just unmuting and also trying to put the video here. All right. Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. Am I audible that side?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. Thanks for affording us this opportunity, yourself and Salga, to share with you our experiences as Collins Shabane local municipality, one of the last bonds in terms of the establishment of municipalities in this country. We are going to be practical as Collins Shabane local municipality regarding our response to this panel discussion. Our presentation is going to be based on 7 items. We'll give you the background, the local government trajectory of this country, the activities which were taking place in this municipality before its establishment regarding service delivery process and the like, the impact of municipal boundary redetermination on service delivery, the impact of municipal boundary redetermination on municipal governance, financial sustainability and effective performance of local government, and lastly, it is going to be our conclusion. Honorable Chairperson, on the issue of background, the Municipal Demarcation Board in our country has got a mission which is to deepen democracy and to facilitate the socio-economic transformation of the benefits of all the citizens of the country. We all know that the demarcation have been frequent since the year 2000, and then it came with reforms which impacted on political and administrative issues in our local government. I want to just talk a bit on the transformation trajectory to do with local government. Since we know that there are different phases which were unfolding since the pre-interim phase, which was around 1994 to 1995, that is the time when we had the Local Government Transition Act, and then at the time where we started the Development Facilitation Act of number 67 of 1995. Then other phases like our interim phase of 1996 to 1999, which amongst other things dealt with the white paper on local government and also the Municipal Demarcation Act, the Municipal Structures Act, and the others. Then I will take you to the establishment phase around 2000 to 2002, where, of course, we dealt with cross-boundary municipalities and district management areas. And then the consolidation phase of 2003 to 2005 and the sustainable phase of 2006 and beyond. Chairperson, there are positive impacts which we had in regard to service delivery because of the municipal boundary redeterminations. And obviously there are negative impacts. So I will start with the positive impacts which impacted on us directly after the redetermination of municipal boundaries. Before redetermination of municipal boundaries, Malamlele experienced high level of service delivery protest. Malamlele is one of our economic hub in our municipality. As I'm talking now, our municipalities is divided into three major areas. We're having Saselamani, we're having Malamlele, and Vuwane Shanganane. Then Malamlele is an area which we can say started in making sure that we ended up having the municipality called Collins Chabane today, because of the high level of service delivery projects which were there by then. Because by that time, they felt like, or people of Malamlele felt like they were not serviced to the optimum level by Thulamela municipality. But since the establishment of this municipality in 2016, service delivery projects are limited. If they are there, you will find that most of the issues which the communities are protesting about are not issues which the municipality, as a local municipality, has got the authority to do. But you find that these are the issues which can be done by other levels. It can be district up to province or national. So villages in Collins Chabane local municipalities benefited because of the municipal boundary redeterminations and are still benefiting. And then this is seen because the Malamlele township, as we speak today, Chair, Honorable Chair, is developing and is still continuing to develop. Those who know this small town before and today, they will see that there are projects there, like the projects in the major road, which we call Hospital Road, which has been widened. The community hall has been constructed in this small space of time. There are establishment of satellite offices in those areas which I mentioned, Saselamane, Shanganane, and Vuwane, to make sure that the residents there get the services at their locality.
Sorry, member, sorry. Can you please switch on your video, please?
All right, start video.
Thank you.
Then you have it now because I'm trying to start my video.
Chairperson.
Chairperson, I'm trying. Do you see it now?
Yes, I can see you.
All right, thanks.
Thanks very much. And I will ask all the members when they must switch on their video.
All right, I see here you are also flagging my slides. So I'm on the negative impact of service delivery. All right, thanks. So the negative the impact on service delivery amounts to what is written there. Like because of the inception of the municipality, the community members obviously will think that they will get what they want anytime. So there is impatience in terms of trying to wait for services which are being rendered by the municipality. So we are trying to redress that situation as a municipality. Just before we had lockdown, we were going to our local leaders, trying to conscientize them on this issue and also meeting the structures in their vicinity. So in Vuwane, which is part of our area, which has been in the news for many times, it is difficult even today in some areas, not all of them. Let me appraise the members to say that Vuani is no more the Vuani which we know in the past. All the villages in Vuani are supporting the municipality. And then this has been done through their local leaders, where we receive letters to say that they want to work with us as the municipality. And we are doing so, services are being rendered there. But the only problem when we say today that there are problems in Vuani is the township itself, where we are still having problems in just an area next to the township called Feyeboom. Like as it is shown there, in 2016-2017 financial year, the community in Feyeboom rejected a project which was, we were taking it to them, which was a project of a road. And as such, you know what happens once a project is rejected. It means that you will end up in that financial year not spending accordingly. And that happened as a negative impact to our municipality. Positively, we can say that since the establishment of Collins Chaban Local Municipality, governance burden which was being shouldered on Makado and Tulamela Local Municipality is being alleviated. And then this redetermination of municipality also brought confidence to areas in Malamlele and around. And today we can say to the entire Collins Chabane local municipality, which is an amalgamation of communities which were previously under Makado and Tulamela. Then we are having a negative impact, which I'm going to dwell a bit on regarding municipal governance. Because obviously, if there are communities which are resisting, it will have a bite in terms of how you are going to function as a municipality. We, as I mentioned, had a resistance around villages in Vuane. In the past, it was like almost all of them. To an extent that council operations were compromised. Councillors that were elected from those wards in Vuane found it difficult to operate. We must remember that the way they got in also contributed, because they were elected by only few community members. The turnout was very, very low in that election. Then this impact only when they've got to go and report back to the same communities who were not even recognizing them by then. They could not do oversight as per regulations, and many things were difficult to do as required by the law and even by what they were required to do by the municipality. So this was also a problem, Honorable Chair, when it came to the establishment of ward committees. Let me say that the last time we finished to establish the ward committees in some areas is late last year, meaning that it took us almost 3 years to establish ward committees in some areas. But in most areas, as they were coming in, agreeing to be part of the municipality, we were frequently establishing the ward committees, which today we can report that we are having all wards having the ward committees. Then let me touch a bit on the negative impact regarding the role of traditional leaders, or what I preferably call them royal leaders. Obviously, as mandated, it is gazetted that the traditional leaders must participate in council sittings. But due to this municipal boundary redetermination, not all the gazetted traditional leaders could participate in our meetings, especially the traditional leaders around Vuwane. This one, I can say that even up to date, we don't have traditional leaders around Vuwane who are attending to our council sittings, and which is a major problem. Then coming to the IDP public participation is the same that the Municipal Systems Act mandates the municipality to consult with communities so that we get their needs, so that implementation of programs which we get from imbizos are done according to the will of the people. What I can say about this, Honorable Chair, is that at the moment, we were able to have public participation programs in some areas of Vuwane, especially in the villages. We could not have them in the township. So meaning that the people in villages, those communities, were able to decide for the townships. So what we have in our IDP pertaining to the township is what is coming out from those communities, not really from the people who are living in those townships, which is also a challenge. Still, Honorable Chair, these areas in Vuwane are now compromising the intergovernmental relations, which is the IGR, in this manner. There are some projects which are busy running in the areas of Feyeboom and Vuwane Township as I'm speaking. But they are being done provincial government, which is compromising our IGR as I'm speaking. And then this also affects the operation of our management in Vuwane, and also the employees which were having in Vuwane satellite offices, which are being underutilized because in most cases they go to these offices and there is nothing to be done there. Why? It is because these offices are around Vuwane Township, there are community members who are going there to disturb our employees to do their operation to an extent that we end up in some areas making sure that we close them for the safety of our employees. Then I want to touch on the financial sustainability and effective performance of local government, especially ours, as I said. There is a positive impact because of the topic as alluded. The municipality is performing very well in implementation of its IDP projects in all areas that are accepted by the municipality.
Conclude, honorable member.
All right. Projects are being, thanks, Honorable Chairperson, I will try to be very, very fast. The municipality is also collecting revenue around Malamlele Township. However, obviously the revenue cannot be enough because we are not collecting in Vuane, and also that in Vuane, there is a licensing department which we should be collecting ourselves from, which is now being done by the provincial department.
Honorable member, your time is finished.
All right, thanks, Honorable Chairperson.
Honorable members, I would like you to continue with our presentation. As Chief Vic said, we need to make all our presentation. Can you please guide me, Chief Whip, because I was thinking that after this there will be questions and clarity question then and take another members. But now I want a clarity, Chief Whip. Chief Whip.
Okay. Thank you, House Chair. I think we should allow for questions and discussions, and then we proceed to the last session of the program after. Thanks.
Come again, Chief Whip.
You welcome House Chair to open for questions and discussions, comments on the presentations, and then there will be left with the last session. I'm advised by advocate that Honorable Nyambi will come back for the last session again. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Chief Whip. Honorable members, thank you, and thank you to all the members that they were doing their presentation. Now I'm going to open for the members to ask the question and the question. I will ask the members to look at their right-hand side and raise their hands so that I can allow them to speak. For now, Chief Whip, I don't see any hands on my side. Somebody must help me. Can the table help me? Okay. I see the hands of Honorable Titoy and the hands of Honorable Miyamang. Only two hands that I have for now. Okay, Honorable Titoy, please ask your question.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, just one question. One of the presenters, Mr. Tabu Nyoni, mentioned cross-subsidization that is currently taking place. And then he said it's not effective, we must look at redistribution. My question is, what do you mean with this term? If you could just elaborate on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Miyamang.
Thank you, Chair. Let me also take this opportunity to express my appreciation to the presenters for the job well done. Madam Chair, the first one is directed to the chairperson of the demarcation board, Dr. Manyoni. I'm more interested with regard to the impact of COVID on the ability on the demarcation board to finalize its what delimitation processes, given the fact that the lockdown made it extremely difficult for the demarcation board to engage communities in terms of public participation around those processes. I think what is key to me is the outstanding public meetings for best 2 municipalities, which to a certain extent were cancelled because the demarcation board issued circular number 4 on the 12th of May, and that was in the heartbeat of the heavy lockdown. So I just want the chair to just engage the plenary in terms of what is it that has been done to make sure that those municipalities that could not finalize their outstanding public meetings, what are the options that are available, taking into account the fact that there is an expectation that by November 2020, those best 2 municipalities should have handed over. There is an expectation that the final words for best 2 should be handed over to the IEC by November 2020. If the chairperson of the demarcation board can just probably give us an indication in terms of what is the situation right now. The second one relates to the view that is beginning to emerge that the proposal by COPTA to merge and amalgamate municipalities to a certain extent it's a matter that could have been handled differently. I'm raising this point, Chair, because there are certain municipalities, particularly rural municipalities, that lacks revenue generating capacity because they have no revenue base. And therefore it meant that there are municipalities that are 100% reliant on grant. And therefore their unviability was a determinant factor in terms of the approach that COPTA took in terms of ensuring that there are measures. And I think what is quite key is to locate also those rural municipalities against a particular historical context, to say mainly where communities that in the last 20 to 50 years had no municipalities at all, other than those smaller town municipalities, but majority will be areas that historically, because of where we come from, municipal areas, or were part of the Bantustans, or were part of communities that effectively were not part of the revenue generating municipal boundaries. So it's a matter that definitely I want to to get clarity in terms of is the message that they are communicating from their presentation that there could be different options that could have been proposed other than the one that COPTA made in terms of those measures and amalgamations of municipalities that were seen as unviable. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Member. I've got two hands now, and after these two hands, I'll allow the presenters to answer the question. I would like to call Honorable Wright to ask the question. Ryder? Honorable Ryder?
Thank you, House Chairperson. Sorry, I was struggling with my mute. I beg your pardon. Thank you, House Chairperson. I think it's more a comment that I wanted to make, and I think it's a conclusion that has been made and mentioned by several of the speakers today. But to say that demarcation is an important issue, there's an entire act dedicated to it, and it's something that needs to be wielded extremely carefully. You know, we sit in a situation where many municipalities in South Africa are not working for one reason or another, and appear to not be viable on their own in their current format. I would hasten to conclude from that the problem may not be the demarcation, there may be a bigger problem. And using demarcation to try and address issues of viability of municipalities on its own is extremely problematic. You know, you can't take a sick donkey in a kraal and put a healthy donkey in the same kraal hoping that both will become healthy. Invariably the opposite happens. So just to say, demarcation must be very carefully wielded to ensure that we don't take viable municipalities or working municipalities and cripple them by adding them to or combining them with other municipalities where the problems may well not be as simple as they're expected, and there may be a much deeper issues that are causing them to not be viable. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Reda. Honorable Lapskachen.
Thank you very much, Chair. I want also to talk about something that has been mentioned. One of the members referred to cross-subsidiation, and also the whole issue of demarcation, and what Honorable Ryder and some of the other members also raised, that this must be done carefully and specifically with a focus on COVID and the fact that we know that households are really struggling and that households will struggle more and more. My question is, or my input is, should we not rather look at all the municipalities, and especially those that are very much affected by either demarcation and or COVID and demarcation? And if I say affected by demarcation, that the municipality is not supported by an economic hub or activities, because we do have some of these municipalities in the country. Rather look at the credit control policy of municipalities. And if I say the credit control policies, I mean that actually each municipality should have a database of how many poor households they have, households that really can't afford basic services. And that those poor households should get basic services for free. But then that can only happen in a sustainable way if the national government address that shortcomings or the balance of that through the equitable share to each and every municipality. Equitable share at this stage, and we are talking about that for many years, are not done correctly. So instead of going in demarcation and put a sick donkey and a healthy donkey in one camp, as Honorable Ryle said, I said we have to go to the root earlier today we listened to diagnostics in municipalities, and very often that we don't do it right, and start where we have to start and look at the credit policy, because this is going to become bigger and bigger. And my question is, what is the reason that we haven't looked at this possibility? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Councillor Thomas Ngwenya.
Thank you very much, Chair of the session. Chairperson, let me also join other speakers in welcoming the report. But Chair, I want to make a comment. Chair, I want to make a comment in terms of the demarcation. Chairperson, there is an information that is corroborating what the Honorable Minister said on Tuesday. Honorable Minister said it is important that we must be able to identify the natural endowment, district per district, municipality per municipality. I understood her to mean that for the municipalities to be viable, demarcation board has got a role to play. Now, it is important that we must, of course, pursue this exercise as an alternative way of creating viable municipalities, so that we are able to identify the areas, the revenue-based areas, and redemarcate them to those financially distressed municipalities. That is going to have a positive impact in the long run. But also, I just want to put it as a question to Mr. Manyoni, the chairperson, to say, is it possible and viable that we can retrospectively redemarcate the outer boundaries of those unviable and distressed municipalities, looking at the revenue-based sources which will be identified, so that we are able to create them to be viable in that particular regard? The last question goes to Councillor Geoff Makubo, insofar as the coalition municipalities. My question is that, would he say the coalition government, is it working or is it not working? Because it is true that as our democracy matures, many of our communities will be taking various choices, which in some of the municipalities will be forced as government to go into coalition government. Now, what will be his opinion going forward? Would he say if this is working? If it is not working, where can we strengthen it? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Timande. Honorable Klute.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just want to go back to the previous discussion. And it's actually, it would have been nice for the Wit School of Governance to be here, because we also need to just make sure of certain definitions. We use the word coalition government and use it as if it is the norm in South Africa, but we should remember a coalition government is a form of a government in which political parties cooperate, reducing the dominance of one party within the coalition. Now, this usually, the reason for this is that no party can achieve a majority in the election. A minority government is a government in which the governing party has most seats, but still less than half the total. So if you put it differently, minority government is when no single party or coalition party has a majority of seats, but governs with less than a majority. So on the surface, it might appear to be the same, but there is a difference, and it's a significant difference, especially on the basis that not all parties necessarily form part of the minority party. Now, Tshwane is a very good example of this. The minority government is the DA, the FF plus, the ACDP, and the IFP. So even though the EFF voted for the mayor, does not form part of the minority government. I think we should just make sure the definitions we use on this in this regard. But to the point of municipal demarcation, and these are questions to Councillor Manyone. I would like to point to recommendations made in 2017, 2018 by the Financial Fiscus Commission, especially with respect to the financial rural local economies for rural development. The Commission recommended that with assistance from the national and provincial departments of cooperative governance and traditional affairs, rural municipalities must ensure that they seek to achieve financial viable municipalities by increasing developing tax bases through economic development rather than amalgamating these municipalities. My question to Honourable Manyone is that whether he thinks that COGTA has done enough to achieve financial viable municipalities before amalgamating municipalities. Lastly, Councillor, is one of the problems not the fact that municipal boundaries have placed residents far from, and I mean it geographically far from governance to residents. And I want to use the example of Naledi municipality in the Free State, which was amalgamated in the Mangaung Metro municipality. And if you speak to residents in the old Naledi, it's the Westorp, Wepende, they will say it was better for them under the old Naledi municipality than it is now under the Mangaung Metro municipality. I mean, the Westorp is 75 kilometers from Bloemfontein. So is one of the problems not that residents are placed far from where governance is taking place? Maybe just answer on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Klute. Honorable Mutambi.
Thank you so much, House Chair. Partially, I'm covered by Honorable Tute. I want to talk on the amalgamation of municipalities. Maybe moving forward, as we go forward, we'll maybe have to ask National COGTA and National Treasury to come and share with us any success story of an amalgamated municipality, wherein the municipality were amalgamated and then their success stories. Because looking at the case of Dr. Bayes Nodi, as Councillor DeForce has said earlier, you amalgamate a grade 3 municipality with the grade 1, 2 grade 1 municipality. If you check in terms of the performance, that municipality has never achieved any good audit, financial audit, MFMA audit outcomes. So the issue that one wants to raise also is because then when you amalgamate the municipalities, maybe Treasury will come and share with us, because when they give the allocation, somebody raised the issue of the revision of the equitable share. They still allocate resources as if it's one municipality. And what is also disturbing, if you have checked on all those amalgamated municipalities, those areas that get annexed into the new entity, normally the people then will always say they want to, they think if they've remained in the old municipality, then the services will be better. Because I have a classical example from where I come from in Bembe. There were wards that were the former Musina municipality was established to Motare. And then other wards were merged to Musina, other wards were merged to Lamela. So when you interact with communities there, you find that there were also projects that the old municipality was in the process giving them to the communities. Those projects have been lost in the system. And then the people now, they struggle to then also then to get the services from the newly established entity. So I would love moving forward, Chairperson, maybe we can, as we progress, then a Treasury and the COGTA must come and share with us the success story of amalgamation, because what we're experiencing currently is the damage that has been caused by the amalgamation. So that was my input, and also want to get the comment of the demarcation board and COCTA if need be on that one. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Okay, thanks, honorable members. Now I would like to call the presenters to answer the questions. Most of the questions were based on on demarcation board. I didn't hear the first questions that was directed to who, but maybe the presenters were listening when they asked the question. If the question is not asked, then I'll ask that member also to assist me to say my question was not answered. Who start first? Bob Manyon.
I will start first, Mama. Thanks very much, my program director. And let me acknowledge my chairperson, Umem Tandad. I was not aware that she's present in this session. Yeah, that's my chairperson, or else I will have problems in reporting to Parliament. But members, thanks very much. Thanks for all the requests for clarity from honorable members. Let me indicate first with the S issue that was raised on cross-subsidization versus redistribution. And the way I'm using the term here, cross-subsidization, according to me, it's one form of redistribution anyway. So I'm fully aware of the sensitivity to terms and so on. I'm using them interchangeably in this regard. And what I'm trying to indicate is the point that we used to stress in the past about cross-subsidization still needs to be the point that also at the moment needs to be stressed. But I must indicate, members, I indicated in my presentation after I've made an example on the problems that are faced by Tshwane, which they will be faced with for years to come, that the indications were in amalgamating those municipalities, Motsweding district, Nokenza, Taimane, and Kungwi, Tshwane needed 1 billion rand. But what Tshwane received was a once-off transitional grant of 20 million rand. So you can imagine, given the levels of poverty and so on, that this will be a long-term impact on the Tshwane municipality. And I therefore made a recommendation in that regard. I said it is important that key local government role players, such as SALGA, COCTA, FFC, and Parliament, they play a role in advocating for efforts to raise the revenue levels, particularly the transfers to municipalities, which have lower levels of economic opportunity. What is becoming clear, Program Director, is that we really need, or Parliament needs to really look and reconsider the financing of local government and the revenue streams that are related in that regard. So on that issue of redistribution and cross-subsidization, I'm just indicating that to me they can be used interchangeably. Never mind the sensitivity that are there behind the terms. But two, on the issue of the impact of COVID-19 on our work when it comes to public consultation, although this is not directly in line with the present presentation, but I can indicate to honorable members, because already I'm here and the question has arisen, that we moved in a manner of having visual meetings with all the municipalities that we could not reach before COVID-19. In this regard, in the Eastern Cape, we reached almost all municipalities. Only 3 municipalities we could not reach, and we had to reach those municipalities through virtual meetings. We did have those virtual meetings in those 3 municipalities. In the Free State, of the 19 municipalities, we did have 18 municipalities where we had virtual meetings with, it's only one municipality that could not arrange the meeting. In Gauteng, we did have 3 meetings out of the 8 municipalities that were supposed to meet. So in that regard, we did not have a meeting on the 5 other municipalities. In KwaZulu-Natal, there were 7 municipalities that we could not have face-to-face meetings, so we had to have visual meetings. We had 6 meetings, so it is one meeting, one municipality that we could not reach. In Limpopo, we had all the 22 municipalities visual meetings. I'm trying to indicate just by these statistics that we had virtual meetings in those outstanding municipalities. And as matters stand now, most of those municipalities, they also have sent submissions. When I say municipalities, I'm not talking about the institution itself. I'm referring to stakeholders, municipalities, business, and so on. For instance, we have received 108 of inputs from the Free State, which was one of those provinces where we didn't have face-to-face engagement. And in Gauteng, we had 62 submissions. So in Limpopo, we had 338. We have received submissions. In other words, I'm trying to say there has been a response to our activity, even having used only visual platforms and other media platforms in that regard. On the issues that have been raised by Mayor Labuskaskny, it is true. Let me first indicate that, to make a good example, if you amalgamate 2 cemeteries, you'll never get a viable city. You will still get 2 or 1 big cemetery, obviously with more problems and so forth. So the issue also of our communities requesting to be moved to another municipality and so on, simply because they see the other side being greener and they see the other municipality maybe being performing quite well administratively and so on. Those are the motivating factors. But the fact of the matter is, unfortunately, there are other issues that you have to look into when you amalgamate. Ultimately, like in rural areas, and the farmers will obviously agree, you can only accommodate so much in a particular hectare of cattle and so on, or else the more you increase there on the numbers, the more problems you will get on the land. So the same thing applies here, where if you bring either a less performing municipality to a better performing municipality, you also take all the liabilities in that regard, including obviously human resource liabilities, people who need skills, the liabilities financially and so on. So basically, it becomes an issue, the issue of amalgamation. That's why I indicated then that it will be proper for us, and including obviously COGTA and also the affected municipalities, to say before we entertain amalgamation, we must have done a proper due diligence study, and we must be able to say post amalgamation. I hope I'm still online, Chairperson. Am I audible, Chairperson?
Oh, yes.
Yes, you are.
All right. That's why, and maybe I said it, members didn't catch it when I was saying, past engagements in local government sector advocated for formal due diligence studies to be commissioned before boundary redeterminations are finalized to identify and project the financial situation of the affected municipalities and advise on what steps should be taken to minimize severe impacts on the financial viability and sustainability of municipalities. The financial and fiscal implications of boundary redetermination should be prioritized and established, and the funding sources should be identified before any demarcation decision is pronounced. I then said, in this term, we will be expecting that these issues will have to be addressed before we can consider any demarcation when it comes to municipalities, or else we would not amalgamate any municipality, never mind the request. Yes, Dr. Lute, this is the chairperson of the demarcation board, not Councillor Manyoni anymore. But nonetheless, once a councillor, I think, always a councillor.
I could have said mayor.
Yes, once a mayor, always a mayor. So, I think the second point that you raised is quite important, and we really don't know why, because it's not a legislative issue, that when you amalgamate two municipalities, then every body or service points, they all move to the so-called head office. And the former smaller areas, they don't have enough personnel, human resources, and the necessary skills to address their issues. You find that now communities, citizens, they have to travel long distances to go and get the necessary advice, the necessary service to the so-called head office. And those former head offices have become now sub-offices, and nobody is mainly working in those areas. But here, I think, obviously, it's an issue of the plan, as I indicated earlier, that we need to have plans before we move on matters of amalgamations, to be able to say how we are going to operate post amalgamation. But I think these are issues of planning and so forth for the affected municipalities. But it is actually happening. We know those examples. Naledi, we know, of course, also in some other areas in Northwest mainly, where communities have been complaining that they are no more getting services. They have to travel long distances and so forth. So I think those are issues of our own administrative planning and you know, when we have to deal with these issues. But to be able to say whether COPTA has done enough to make the municipalities viable before they amalgamate, it will be quite a difficult question to answer, simply because viability is not necessarily only an issue of COPTA. But to say that an unviable municipality, when you amalgamate it with a viable municipality, then it will be, we will have one happy family. It is not what our studies are indicating in this regard, simply because, unlike what they were doing with East Berlin, which I just gave in one sentence an example, to make sure that the unviable part, let's call it East Berlin in that regard, they were spending more resources financially and otherwise. For instance, 70% of the budget. Obviously, central government was contributing in this regard to make sure that at least there is some kind of parity. So in other words, it might not necessarily be only the role of COPTA to look into those matters, but also other departments, treasury, and also generally the civil service. And the minister earlier has also indicated, and I think Parliament will also have to consider this, that there was once a discussion on a single public service act, so that you can be able to move people, even from other spheres of government, to be able to assist in municipalities and move some maybe from municipalities to other spheres of government, to be able to make sure that at least there is some kind of parity when you are amalgamating. But generally, as I indicated in my conclusion, members, hopefully I have tried to answer on most questions. We would not be able in this country to replace service delivery by boundary redetermination. I think boundary redeterminations are supposed to enhance on what already institutions are doing, not that where institutions are unable to perform, and then we then think that amalgamations will then make them perform better. That basically is not a solution. This is supposed to be an enhancement on institutions that are already trying their best. With those words, unless there is an issue that I left my program director, it will be indicated, but I think I've tried to address issues that have been raised by honorable members. Thanks very much, my chairperson.
Thanks, Chairperson of the Demarcation Board. Honorable members, I think all the questions have been answered, but I would like to take this opportunity right now to invite my co-chair, Honorable Nyambe, to take over the program.
Thanks, House Chairperson. Thank you. Thank you, House Chairperson. Greeting once again, colleagues. Without much ado, we're getting to the next panelist that will be looking at the professionalization of local government, political leadership, professional administration, and good governance for building capable local government. So we've got 3 speakers. It will be Dr. Nzo, coming from the Public Affairs Research Institute. Dr. Nzo. Dr. Nzo. Whilst Dr. Nzo, advocate, is Dr. Nzo in?
You may move to the next speaker, Honorable Chair.
Let's get to the Executive Mayor of Midvaal Local Municipality, Councillor Baloyi.
Thank you, Chair. We did send the presentation earlier. I hope Lance can help me navigate through to the presentation, and greetings and good afternoon to honorable members present and all protocol observed. I must welcome the opportunity afforded to myself and South as a whole to engage on this very important matter that affect local government across the country, but equally the very important question about how we professionalize local government and how we ensure that that leads to tangible service delivery to our people and ensure that we're building a capable state. Chair, as the presentation is being loaded, I'm going to speak to the presentation. Chair, I'm not going to wait. So the table of contents is the background, introduction, some key elements I'll touch to, and how to create a local government where staff are specialists, and also the issue of good governance, then the issue of ethical leadership, and consequence management and political will, and the conclusion. Chair, the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa 1996 mandates local government to provide democratic and accountable government for local communities and to ensure the provision of services to communities in a sustainable manner and promote social and economic development, and also promote safe and healthy environment. I think that context is quite important, Chair, because that context also leads that to the point that local government inevitably has a complex set of rules to play by, but it will not be up to the task without the necessary human capital that is leveraged above mediocrity through the injection of professionalism and professional practices. And professionalism of local government is a critical component of sustainable, capable building or capacity building and the entirety of the process of the administration. The aim of the professionalization should be seen as an effort to improve local government capability.
Are you winning in sharing the presentation?
I've requested Lance to share the presentation on my behalf, Chair. We did forward it through to him a bit earlier on today. I'm not sure whether he's still on, but I'll speak to the presentation, Chair. Is it still fine or must I wait?
No, continue. I thought it will be good also for members to have it. Continue.
My apologies, Chair. We did send it a bit earlier on to Lance, and I was hoping he could assist me with it. But Chair, to continue, the efforts to professionalize local government hinges on the following key elements. One is to create a local government service where staff are specialists. The second part is the issue of good governance, which over the past couple of days has been spoken about on various, and also we also appreciate the various manifestations of the leg thereof. And also the issue of ethical leadership and consequence management and political will, which I'll speak to in a bit of detail later on. It's quite important that we create a local government where staff are specialists. It should be about ensuring that local government staff have the right mix of skills and expertise to enable them to deliver effective services to citizens. It should also be about ensuring that staff and leaders have the right attitude and behaviors for serving their residents and communities better. It's about injecting dignity into local government administration by moving away from the concept of generalists and specialists, and to create a local government sector where all staff is specialists in one form or the other, and the leadership is distributed. The issue of good governance, it's quite important that adequate reporting performance standard is adhered to, and the raising professional standard is a core strand of public sector reforms. And ensuring that you have systems and processes in place and financials are reliable and compliant. And taxpayers' money is spent on delivering services efficiently to our communities. The next key element of professionalizing local government, Chair, also is ethical leadership, which is quite important as it also creates an environment where good governance values continue and are shared and are inculcated into the culture. Or at times, if that isn't present, we see how it manifests in various municipalities, various SOEs, where there is no, because they often say the fish was from the head. I think leadership demonstrated and promoting normative appropriate conduct through personal actions and in interpersonal relations is quite important, and creating a positive influence on organizational commitment and willingness to serve our people ultimately. An ethical leader forsakes personal successes so they can strive, so they can drive and inspire others to achieve a shared vision, dream, and goal. And a leader with high moral value and representing the struggle of our time, that's quite important, Chair, because without ethical leadership, as I've said, everything else falls off the wagon from there. And that also creates an environment where professionalizing local government is not something that's accepted, because when there's no ethical leadership at the top and no good governance, you have a collapse of governance, which breeds criminality, which breeds misappropriation of funds and mismanagement. So I think with all of this, once you've got ethical leadership and espousing good governance, is the issue of consequence management, where zero tolerance policies when it comes to misappropriation of resources and enforce accountability on both the political and administrative level. And the leadership is answerable to the public and responsible for their decisions and actions and policies. Any form of misappropriation is acted upon with the necessary rigor in all instances. This helps restore the confidence in the institution. And I think, Chair, that's quite an important element of consequence management in the creation of professionalization of local government. As we have seen in recent times, and the AG has spoken to this fact that look at amounts of money which have been stolen or misappropriated, and look at the necessary following appropriate consequence actions which has been taken. And I think at this stage, there's not been sufficient action taken. Now, if you do that in an environment we find ourselves in, it also bodes or speaks to the type of organizational culture which you have, which also has a big impact into creating norms and standards in your institution, which ultimately speaks to the type of institution we become ultimately, and whether we're endeavoring to move closer to professionalizing local government or not. Okay. We also have an important element to this, which is political will. In achieving success in professionalization or professionalizing local government, our efforts depend on our key strategic element, which is the mobilization of political will. Political will is a room where actions begin. It's the engine of change and the most important, powerful tool into the transformation of local government. And it's needed to reach agreements on what needs to be done and start taking immediate action. And to move forward with the professionalization agenda, political leaders will have to take decisions that involve risk and political costs. But at the heart of it is not whether there's risk or political costs. At the heart of it is about what is good for the institution. And I think the political will has been demonstrated to some extent has been lacking. And I think there lies the problem we have with what appears to be the lack of professionalization of local government. And I think it starts inherently with the lack of political will, the type of government structures we set in place, and whether we adhere to them, and the issue of that I've touched on a little earlier on of consequence management when someone does something that they should not do. In moving forward, in my conclusion, Chair, with my very brief conclusion, rather, is the professionalization of local government at times, when we ask the question, we may assume that it's not the case. However, if one carefully evaluates the legislation applicable that spells clearly what we can do and what the administration is responsible for, some may argue that we already have a professionalized local government. But what is lacking is actually leadership and political will and consequence management to enable and to ensure that the ship is sailing towards the intended direction. And the consequence to all of this, Chair, is that we run institutions which, the public institutions, which must improve the lives of our people. And there's a manifestation, there's a measure of how you see when things are going right, when there is professionalization of local government in certain instances. And those speak with the outcomes as determined by the Auditor General, which speaks to the audit outcomes, such as clean audit and etc. But the deeper part of those outcomes, Chair, should be an improved lived experience and improved services of our people, from improved sanitation, improved access to water and electricity, and so forth. So ultimately, this is how that materializes, Chair. So at times we have the tendency to debate these topics from a very high level without the appreciation that it manifests at the ground and how it manifests when an institution is professionalized, and how actually we deal with the issues that prohibit us from getting there. And in my conclusion, those issues, Chair, is political will, lack of consequence management, and lack of commitment to good governance. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Executive Mayor of Midvaal Local Municipality. Honorable members, these are municipalities when Auditor General is presenting the report will always be on the green side, and year in, year out, they are able to show that it's possible to come with something that will make people on the ground to be proud in terms of the outcome of what they are doing. The next one will be the Councillor Makabane, Nkangala District and Municipality. Councillor Makabane. Councillor Makabane is standing in for Councillor Masilela. Councillor Makabane, are you still part of us?
Honorable Chair, we can take...
Chair, it appears we do not have Councillor Makabane.
And Dr. Nzo. And Dr. Nzo is not in. Advocate, let me confirm. It's on that platform?
Yes, Chair.
Let's have Dr. Nzo from the Public Affairs Research Institute.
I am here, Chair.
Is Councillor Makaban?
Is Dr. Nzo?
Dr. Nzo, the platform is yours.
Chairperson, am I audible?
Go on talking, probably you'll be fine, Dr. Nzo.
Chairperson, am I audible?
Not clearly, but
all right, Chairperson. Please excuse me because connection is not very stable. Yes, my internet connection is not stable, Chairperson. So can I remove the video instead? Because we are load shedding.
Okay, very sorry for that. You can continue.
Chairperson. Greetings to all. Thank you. Greetings to all the members of the National Council of Provinces. Firstly, I must thank you very much for inviting the public discussion around professionalizing in the morning where they were discussing the Section 139 interventions, and I will be participating in this one, talking about how we can actually strengthen the professionalization of local government. So just briefly, this is quite a complex topic of professionalizing local government. It's not something that is new. It's something that has been going on, and it has been quite a mammoth task because the local government sphere is quite heterogeneous and very, polarized. Because it's quite embedded within these different contexts of institutional politics and practices. So therefore, that's why we find it age in professionalizing local government, applying a very blanket approach. But just to take a little bit back, the new public management reforms, they started quite earlier in the year 2000, where we saw quite a number of legislation of local government, and these were the Municipal Structures Act and the Municipal Finance Management Act. And those pieces of legislation were then followed with capacity building interventions, particularly from the former DPLG through Project Consolidate, which was implemented between 2004 up to 2005. And then years later, in 2009, through the research that was conducted, we found that the state of local government was in real dire constraints. And therefore, that's why we saw the local government turnaround strategies institutionalized in conjunction with the OPO, that the agenda of building state capacity for very problematic local governments here needed a much more national discourse. And that's why we find ourselves using the National Development Plan, particularly Chapter 13, which foregrounds But one thing that it has been a 20-year period if we have to look at local government from the year 2000 up to 2020. And the question that we should be asking ourselves is whether have we dedicated enough time to do events that attempted to professionalize and build the capacity of local government. So one thing that I'm going to do is that I'm going to present from the perspective of Chapter 13, because Chapter 13 does set a tone for building a capable local government state. I mean, for example, it speaks about, the continuous need to recruit, senior managers in municipalities that are actually constitutive of the experience and expertise that are needed, to exercise their management capacity in making local government developmental in its approach. And, the public service also needs to be sufficiently autonomous and insulated from political interference and patronage, because this was one of the problematic areas that were found in 2009. And also, we need to develop a graduate recruitment program and local government skills development strategy to attract high quality candidates. And this is something which I will try to highlight in my presentation today. But going back to the issue of appointing competent senior lies for managers, particularly Section 56 and 57, they were long time governed, by Section 82 of the Municipal Structures Act and also Section 56 of the Municipal Systems Act. Understood that after the state of local government and the turnaround strategies, there needed to be serious interventions in these issues around appointing senior managers. And there we found that the Municipal Systems Amendment Bill was introduced, and the adoption of the Act in 2011 was initiated. Unfortunately, we know that now it has been declared, unconstitutional because of the way in which the procedural irregularities that needed to be adhered to. So that act, attempted to bring greater and more rigorous requirements for advertising, shortlisting, and interviewing of candidates. And it brought in concepts such as skills, expertise, competencies, and qualifications that needed for professionalizing local government. But again, it was foregrounded by the 2007 National Treasury Minimum Competency Levels Regulations, which also played a very specific role in improving the budget and treasury of municipalities in building those skills and capacity. And it highlighted issues around higher education, qualifications, work-related experience, core managerial and occupational competencies. However, now 13 years later, since the National Treasury Minimum Competency Regulations, we still find that there is a legislative requirements, and the reality, we still continue to find in municipalities the continuous employment of incompetent and unqualified and poorly skilled senior, middle, and junior workers as well. Even the general workers who are the lower staff who are actually part and parcel of the delivery of these services at local government level. And as the Auditor General highlighted, that we still have a problem of high vacancies and hiring of consultants, where it demonstrates a huge problem when it comes to the capacity of municipal officials in the budget and treasury as well. But when it comes to why is it that we still find these continued practices, it's related to issues of political interference and also getting municipal officials who are actually partisan bureaucrats who are compliant, we try to interfere. And one thing that I would like to really stress on this point, because we understand that political interference normally happens inside the institution, but we also need to take into consideration that political interference also involves party political structures who are operating outside of council. And here we talk about the blurring of the party and the state of local government, which is actually fostered through ongoing parallel processes of recruitment, particularly issues of deployment and political appointment with political party over the appointment of officials. And these are the local state to an extent where they almost run local government institutions like balkanized local states. So here we find various practices such as quasi-deployments, political factions, and patronage appointments, which are masked as strategic deployments, which take precedence in the appointments of senior managers, who then use their resources and flout procurement process. That's why we continue to see so much irregularities in municipalities. But also we see that the municipal amendment bill tried to attempt to mediate these practices by legally barring senior managers from holding political office in political structures while serving as bureaucrats. But that contravenes the constitutional right of free political choices. But again, one needs to bring this to your attention that, even though the bill has been considered invalid, even though it might have seemed plausible to mediate and political logics applied by senior managers, but at the end of the day, we also need to remember that even if it did hold water, in a partisan bureaucracy, municipal managers are considered to be part and parcel of political structures as ordinary members. So therefore, they are expected to attend political parties and political party structure meetings, caucus group meetings, provide advice to political party structures, and even participate in the campaigning and making municipal resources available for the ruling party in council. Therefore, that's why you find that some of the instructions that are coming from outside, the municipal council tends to cause even further tensions when it comes to municipal managers having to work with mayors who want to exercise their legislative, executive authority and oversight over municipal managers. So that is one. Should we start re-engaging in the municipal amendment bill? Now, another important factor that we also need to take into consideration is the fixed term contracts and appointments of senior managers, which have contributed to the administrative instability. We know that fixed term contracts are predominantly aligned with the fact that there has been constant turnover of senior managers when their term of office is over. And even if the same political party continues, to gain control over council, you find that municipal managers, they are removed from their positions should a certain faction come into council. So again, now we find another problem where partisanship may blur these professional logics to institute a sense of self-preservation or survival, from being removed from their positions by seeking to try and align themselves with party factions in order to retain their jobs. So this really undermines professionalism when we talk about the administration and its way and the way in which it's supposed to thrust itself with administrative values. That the currency of local politics and local government is based on loyalty, trust, and subordination and patronage. But on the other hand, there are expectations that the administration should try to maintain impartiality, should try to be more adherent to performance logics, and also strictly implement policy in accordance with legislative compliance. So, honorable members, if you appoint competent and qualified members as accountants, as municipal managers, but if they are complicit and compliant towards political pressure and particularistic interests of party political office bearers, and they might break these administrative rules of professionalism, and then local government really will not win the battle of mediating political interference in the administration. But again, one other aspect have paid a lot of attention to the way in which senior managers contribute towards the decapitation of municipal institutions. But again, forget that there are other levels of the administration that we also need. That is the middle, the first level entry, and your lowest skilled workers, because they are the crux of the bureaucracy. They are like pistons of the engine. You know, if the pistons of the engine are not working, that the engine is not going to work at all. And in fact, that's why we find some pockets of effectiveness in other municipalities that do coexist with other pockets of ineffectiveness. So if we want to really build to this level in our bureaucracy, and some of the attempts through the research that we have done is that we've seen other municipalities try to use organizational restructuring, you know, to reduce the wage bill of a bloated, inefficient bureaucracy. They've tried to do so through the reducing of a high number of low-skilled general workers and trying and higher level of the municipal administration institution. Though this might seem plausible, but it really does not produce a much more linear and uninterrupted organizational restructuring process in municipalities. In fact, another issue that we need to pay close attention to is the way in trying to make them understand why it's important to start building capacity at this level. Because during the time that we were doing this research, I did this research in the Northern Cape, we found that at salt-liking municipalities, in one of the municipalities I had spent a lot of time doing this research, is that municipal unions tend to want to protect unskilled workers and redundant work, get contract workers who have been on the payroll for years to be absorbed in the municipal institution. And then on the other hand, you find that the Expanded Public Works Program, EPWP, plays another role where these workers find the bulk of your unskilled workers being in those layers of the foundation of the municipality. And you also need to remember that in South Africa, we're dealing with issues of precarity of unemployment and the ambivalence of education and skills development, which continue to subvert the process of building local government capacity. So the way in which municipal unions function, in the way in which their members can also, in order for them to contribute towards the development of local government. And one of the problematic areas that we found in our research is that although these members have been in the institution, some of them, they have stayed there for quite some time and have not used the capacity and skills development training programs that are offered by the municipality. And then what happens is that the municipality starts channeling the municipality from achieving its whole objective. Just give you an example. At Salt Lake, the total intended budget of 2 million, which was allocated for developing the skills of its employees, only 338,000 was used, which means that only 12% of that total budget was spent on skills development. And as a result, you found that when you looked at the various components of the development programs, we found that, for example, most of the unskilled workers who did not inhibit training, which is level 1, level 3, and level 4, some of them who were supposed to take up their matric. Also find that with the LDCTA, HRD capacity building and good governance program, only 4 members took up that training. Finance for non-financial managers in 2019, 18, and 16, because I recently looked at their report, none of the members took up that training. Bid committee training, no member took up that bid committee training in 2019, 18, and 16, and you look at Matupile training and client services, none of the members took up that programizing the capacity building development training programs in municipalities. And again, this tells us that committees who have the responsibility of providing oversight when it comes to corporate services are not really focused enough in terms of evaluating, the use of these funds and the way in which the institution is using these funds to build capacity. So that's another area of which local political leadership need to start focusing on. And the political leadership, because we've got the administrative side of the municipal institution, but we also got the political leadership side where capacity issues are really quite problematic. And here we find that in the Auditor General report, it was highlighted that weak accountability and consequence of the public purse directly really talks to the capacity and the ability of political leaders to exercise their governance responsibilities and functions. We know that these various council structures they vary according to the size of the municipality, because in some municipality you find that you have the executive authority, the executive committee that has delegated responsibility from council. You have the executive mayor, or you have the mayoral committees, and you also have the council portfolio committees as well, who have to perform oversight and scrutiny. And now the problem is that when these members are not well capacitated, they are unable to exercise their political oversight and authority. And in some instances, we still find that a lot of political interference emanates due to the lack of understanding of their roles and function. Some members would think that them interfering in the administration is a form of intervention, of which that is not really something that we should be seeing in municipalities. In fact, it talks about the way in which members understand the definition of interference and intervention. And that's why sometimes you even find that certain members of committees, they directly go to senior managers and try to impose and give them instructions. And these instructions are always around issues around HR, employment, finance, and supply management. So while the Auditor General, specifically says that, the money is in the wrong, the wrong people are in the wrong, are at the till, sometimes political leaders also go straight to the till. And maybe therefore we should ask the question if whether do mayors and MMCs and committee chairs and members have the capacity to process and utilize information for political management and decision making, including understanding their legislative roles and functions. And maybe this question should go back to political parties when we look at the kind of criterion that they set when they select their party members to be leading these committees. And another important aspect to cite when we're looking at political leadership is the municipal public accounts committees, which are responsible for oversight and reviewing the Auditor General's annual reports. Now, in our research, we found that many of these committees, they really are constrained when it comes to their capacity in terms of the limitations. Sometimes they even lack additional investigative powers and support staff to enable them to follow up on these transgressions. And most of the time, we find that these audit reports are often shelved and no action is taken. And committee members, they are unable to even leverage relations with civil society and anti-corruption entities in order to monitor and preempt corruption and maladministration. And they can do so by starting to integrate social audits and non-financial indicators to preempt non-compliance and non-delivery of contractors. So Also, the politics of impact, we also need to think about that, because sometimes you find that in municipalities where there is the overwhelming majority of a ruling party, if they're asked to investigate and some of the investigation findings pinpoint some of the irregularities that were committed by certain individuals who are from the ruling political party in council, such as the political office bearers and senior administrators, then they will not take any action because they have to start thinking about the kind of implications that this will have on their political parties. So again, these politics, they crop up again. But again, the issues of capacity, where the audit committees really need to be capacitated in order for them to really start doing the scrutiny. And here, another thing that we should talk about is to what extent are we able to start developing impact programs. Chairperson, there are a number of recommendations that we can start thinking about in this debate. And these are related to the understanding that local government is quite decentralized, politically, fiscally, and administratively. And this does pose a challenge when we have to look at issues around re-centralizing the control of the appointment of senior managers at national level through, let's say, DPSA or Public Service Commission. Unless maybe the debate around the single public service can gain traction and support from the NCOP or Parliament, maybe there could be a possibility of trying to look at it from that dimension. But again, right now, the reality is that we're stuck with councils as the centers of authority of power for appointing senior managers. So what can we do? There are various bodies of local government that we can start to rope in, and this is one aspect which I know that Salga made a contribution, where we can start thinking about how we can rope in, the provincial treasury, the provincial department of COPTA, the provincial union bodies as well, to make sure that the transparency in the enforcement of national treasury minimum competency regulations when municipal managers are appointed. And during this time, we have seen that more spaces of transparency have been made available through the processes of using ICTs. And one of them is actually getting to watch online the interviews that are taking place, to watch them online. So what is preventing us from actually opening up and making it more transparent for municipal managers to be interviewed, so that it can provide the public and civil society a discourse to engage on the foundational professional values the public, and also rebuild that confidence and trust from communities that indeed the state is taking professionalization of municipal institutions very seriously by making it more transparent in that sense, allowing the public to scrutinize these candidates. And then another important factor is that capacity building of senior managers and councillors, 59 council committee members, needs to gain more traction. And here we can start looking at what role the National School of Government, in partnership with the education and training institutions, can start playing in terms of paying more attention to the development of a curriculum for local government administrators. And again, political parties need to carefully consider the criteria crux of oversight to provide the necessary scrutiny. And last but not least, we need to focus more on rigorous skills audits. Here, we should start enforcing more skills development for middle and junior workers to retain that institutional knowledge, but at the same time, you can start looking at the performance of non-performance of directorates and how these directorates can be capacitated with skills that may be required to improve their performance. And the skills matching and the competency-based recruitment of officials is needed for core services that might have the responsibility of actually enacting the service delivery. And we need to conduct more skills audit. So in order for you to understand the performance of a directorate, skills audit will be necessary in order for you to initiate skills matching from middle and lower staff. And also introducing contractual agreements for education skills upgrade before awarding of promotions and absorption in the system who do not have necessary skills and education in terms of them having to upgrade before they can get any kinds of promotion, and start introducing stricter measures of the performance-based evaluation. Junior staff are able to use skills development funds in municipalities, and they must be penalized for non-implementation because that's a lot of money that is not being utilized. And then just to end off, another interesting issue that will be discussed, I know, because fixed term contract appointments, which may have contributed to administrative instability. It may seem plausible to appoint senior managers and municipal managers on a full-time basis. But again, we need to think about senior managers. Then we have to start thinking about the likelihood of promoting, because while we are concerned about retaining institutional memory to ensure administrative stability, but also this can stifle growth and development of a bureaucracy, which can lead to a culture of laxity or lethargic attitudes should senior managers become overly familiar and comfortable in those positions. We need to understand that we're also operating in an environment which constantly needs new management and thinking from a younger generation of managers coming into the public service. So that opportunity on its own can actually prevail in the instance where we need younger people to start giving these. On the other hand, we need to be realistic. Municipal managers are not insulated from the world of politics and factional preferential support for local parties and their leadership. So if you find a situation where to see, especially after the 2016 local government elections, are we not likely to find a situation where we get municipal managers who are able to use their bureaucratic autonomy to defy, the new political administration relationship between political and administrative sphere, especially when it comes to the mayor and the municipal manager. So that is where I end, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. I was worried that load shedding might end up compromising you, so I wanted to intervene, but my main worry was that you're going to interpret my intervention as interference and use it as a classical example. But that's on a lighter note. Colleagues, you can see that Dr. Nzo from Public Affairs Research Institute was making a serious emphasis on the issues that were raised right from day one by Minister Dlamini Zuma and Deputy Minister Masondo and the President of SALGA. and the chairperson of the NCOP, Tate Masondo, and all the panelists, it's clear that some of these issues are overlapping. And now I'll invite your input or discussion in making sure that you contribute in professionalizing of local government. Colleagues, take the first few hands before getting to the next item. Or Dr. Nzo was a teacher, so if a teacher is spoken, it means as learners you are fine. Out of the two presentations by Executive Mayor Baloyi from Mid-Val and Dr. Our colleague, chairperson of the portfolio committee of COGTA, Mayor Mutambi. Mayor Mutambi, you are recognized.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Chairperson. Like you are saying, Dr. Nzo is a teacher. Once a teacher says anything, it's when we keep quiet, it means then the message has come across clearly to us. I just wanted to comment on what she has said, because what she has raised indeed is true, because normally what you come across, this national minimum qualifications the National Treasury has prescribed. You remember when senior management are appointed, then there has to be the MEC concurrence in return. At times, the minister also had to do the same concurrence to that effect. But then you looking at the audit outcomes, as the AG has said, if it's not the factor that she has raised with regard to political interference and the political will, as Councillor Baloyi has said, because you are seated with a lot of questions that you find a municipality that has got all the skilled personnel that you need. At times, you find the CFO, it's a chartered accountant, registered with the institution. SAICA, for instance, also you check in terms of the skills requisites. All these colleagues, they've got all these qualifications, but then coming to the audit outcomes, then there's non-compliance. I think it's solely based on what Dr. Nzo is saying in her presentation. But I think central along all those issues, because you check, you'll agree with me, municipalities have been taking its councillors and officials to institutions of higher learning. In particular, for instance, VETS and the University of Pretoria, they've got programs that are dedicated on enhancing the capacity and the skills of councillors and municipal officials. But even still, when people have attended those courses, you come back, maybe it's time that also council must assess the impact of training, because you'll also recall when you interact with all the MECs in the province, they will tell you that they had a robust program of training the impacts. SALGA has done the same also on training of councillors and these impacts. But still, you find that there are those councillors who don't even have capacity, as Dr. Nzo is saying, to then review the AG report, also to then make recommendation what is expected of them. So I think generally central to this, it's this issue that is called political interference and patronage. And I should believe it's all of us who are seated here who need to deal with this, I'll call it with this disease, if I'm to say that, because in times you'll get amazed in an institution wherein this municipality has got professionals, all of them starting from the MM, somebody with highly qualified, who meet the requirements. But when it comes to issues of compliance, it's another thing. So there's a situation wherein you find that there's a complete disregard of laws and regulations. They are there, people know that the laws has to be implemented, but then you find that people just completely disregard that. Then it comes to the issue that Councillor Baloyi has said, it's all about the political will. That then if people have got the political will to deliver, then things is going to happen. I think I don't know how are you going to calculate political will, because in terms of training, the LGC, as you have indicated, there are institutions that have mentioned that you find there, you go there, a number of councillors, officials, they're attending those trainings, they meet the competency requirements, but still the people don't deliver. So it's a matter, I don't know how are we going to deal with that, because most of the people that are there now with these minimum requirements, most of the municipalities have been making sure that they appoint people with the requisite skills. But at the end of the day, the outcome is something different. Say, if it's not for this issue of political meddling, that's the one that I wanted to raise, Chairperson. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Tambi. Honorable Todov.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of the session. Let us welcome the presentations. I think they were all illuminating, thought-provoking, and very, very much clear. I think that is very good. I do concur with the fact that we need to professionalize local government so that its executives and top management are skillful people with the requisite qualifications and expertise. But at the same time, I want to argue that the skills or lack of thereof is not the actual problem. The problem is, as Honorable Mutambi has explained, to say the politics of the time, the current political environment is a cause to all of our woes today. Now, I want to ask this philosophical question. Because all of these problems are escalating, they become worse, they get out of hand, and that the situation was not like this in the past. What has happened to all of the people who were trained, who were doing most of these things, who were implementing our policies, our programs, who were ensuring that we fulfill all the objects of local government? Where are they? And I think for me, that is a question. We must answer that question. Because to date, as Honorable Mutambi is saying, there are a lot of institutions, colleges, and all of that that are offering training, whether short-term or long-term. They are there, they do it all the time. But you would find a situation whereby when the new chiefs come after the elections, they replace because of convenience and other reasons. I'll make an example, if I may analogize. Barcelona cannot expect to win a game when they place Lionel Messi on the bench. You expect to win a game, now your best of the best are on the benches. Real Madrid will never win a game if they can't play the best of their best. And I think this is what we need to do. We must, in my view, do a skills audit, and that we have all the people who have the know-how, the practical experiences to be brought on board so that they must play a part. We must never for once be influenced by the political machinizations, manipulations, and anything that diverts local government from becoming an engine or a real instrument of change and transformation in our country. And my view is it takes us back to what I've said. My view is we as political parties, we must really make sure that in the selection of the caliber of people who must come and become mayors, speakers, executives, and the figureheads of municipalities are people with the right frame of mind, are people who are propelled by the burning desire to serve the nation, are the people who do not have self-interest and seek to do any other thing that is not congruent with the objectives of meeting the basic needs of our people, of local government. For me, I think the time is now. Tough actions must be taken by political parties to ensure that we resolve this particular problem, because we've been talking about it and there is no concomitant action taken to ensure that we address it. Up until we address it, I'm not convinced that we are going to make a mark. We can professionalize, we can train, we can take people to the best of the best universities, but once our political environment is not right, we are dead. I think we need a political hygiene to clean up the whole system so that we must move forward to transform local government. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I can say that, Honorable Todovu, we are still hating. Instead of using your team Kaizer Chiefs, you went to Spain and used Barcelona and Real Madrid. It's clear that you are still hating. But you can live with that. So I know before I can give Councillor Baloyi, let me allow Member Kabane, who's the acting mayor of Nkangala district, for the next 6 minutes, because she was also struggling to connect, but it would be unfair to her. I thought it's not going to be part of us, but now it's part of us. Councillor Makabane from Nkangala district, have your 6 minutes and share with us what you prepared for today before I can go back to Dr. Nzo and Executive Mayor Baloyi. Mayor Makabane.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nyambi, House Chair. Greetings to the NCOP member and honorable members. Greetings to the SALGA Chairperson, Honorable Councillor Nkadimeng. Greetings to all members in the meeting. Let me say all protocol observed. I will be presenting on financial viability within municipalities. The presentation will cover, just a minute. The presentation overview is good governance, financial viability, audit outcomes, matters raised in AG's report for 2016-17 to 2018-19. We also cover the cross-cutting issues. We also cover repetitive matters raised in previous year, the root causes of issues raised by AG, lessons learned by municipalities, support that we give to local municipalities, and the lessons learned to support the local municipalities and the recommendations. We are saying good governance, according to the United Nations, is an approach to government that is committed to creating, technology is advantaging me here.
Is it not possible to switch your video on for the media houses?
Oh, okay. Okay, let me do that. Okay. Thank you very much. According to the United Nations, we're saying good governance is an approach. According to the United Nations, good governance is an approach
to government that is committed to creating a systematic founded in justice and peace that protect individuals' human rights and civil liberty. Good governance is measured by the 8 factors, that is participation, rule of law, transparency, and responsiveness. Financial viability, Minister F.S. Mufumadi Vuna Award ceremony on the 5th of December, I open quote, in order to achieve financial viability, it is necessary for a municipality jurisdiction to have a relative, resilient, and sustainable economic base where people are working and earning living wages, and businesses, large and small, are facilitating a steady exchange of goods and services. We are presenting Auditor General's opinion for the past financial years for the municipalities within our district, which are 6 local municipalities. This slide it is clear that most of the municipalities, except for the district municipality and Steve Tshwete, most of the municipalities, they decline since 2010, 11 until now. There's a decline in terms of the Auditor General's findings or opinions. The matters that were raised by Auditor General per municipalities for Dr. Mroka, 129, Tembisile Hani, 70, Victor Kanye, 136, Emalahleni, they had a disclaimer, Steve Tshwete, they have 54, and then Nkangala, we have 40. We have...
Councillor Makaban, I can assist you to speed up. MCMC presented the outcome of all the municipalities in Mpumalanga.
Okay.
So you can just focus on the other things.
Oh, okay, let's focus on cross-cutting issues.
Yes.
Yes, we are saying receivable and payables management, cash flow management, asset management, expenditure management, irregular, unauthorized, and fruitless and wasteful expenditure, revenue management, distribution losses, material impairment, compliance with GRAP standards, especially GRAP 17, reinstatement, HR management, compliance with laws and regulations, procurement and contract management, strategic planning, and PMS. The last one is predetermined objectives. There are repetitive matters which are PPE, that is GRAP 17, and asset management, material losses, supply chain, that is procurement and contract management, compliance with reporting regulations, strategic planning and performance management and governance, human resource management, and cash management. The root causes, poor or no progress on previous issues raised by AG, poor understanding of performance management, implementation of new GRAP standards on annual basis, non-functional risk units at local municipalities, shortage of skilled staff and capacity limitations, non-effective leadership for oversight and monitoring of compliance, external factors outside control of the municipalities. Those are macroeconomic factors, poverty or unemployment, and poor record keeping. I will jump the lessons from each municipality. I will go straight to the 10 lessons that are learned by Nkangala District Municipality. We are saying each one of the municipality plays a role within the municipality, from the cleaner to the executive mayor. The policies and procedures of the Nkangala district are in place and are reviewed annually. Proper accounting records, that is SCM, and documentation management system are in place. Strategic planning documents were prepared timeously. There were effective working relationships between the political and administrative leadership.
sufficient capacity is available, combined assurance oversight structures are in place. We're talking about the functioning internal audit and risk units, well-functioning independent audit and risk committees, well-functioning MPEC and disciplinary committees, accountability, consequence management, and implementing corrective measures are key. When do we act? We act every day. Keeping the municipality in good financial health, ensure the financial viability and sustainability of the municipality. I will go to the recommendations. We are saying municipalities need to take ownership of their municipalities, meaning the local municipalities. Municipalities should learn from mistakes and should implement recommendations from national, provincial, and the district. Municipalities to improve reconciliation controls and ensure it is done on a monthly basis. Institutionalize MSCOA and ensure full compliance. Institutionalize audit action plan and ensure that all assurance providers are in place and functional. Where interventions are done by national, provincial, and the district were done and improvements realized, the local municipality should ensure that it is maintained. The last one, municipalities should ensure that good systems are in place to ensure continuity on a resignation. That we are talking about a retainment policy. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Makabane. I've already told them that yourself and Councillor Baloyi, you are coming from those that are on the green side out of the report by Auditor General. Let me now invite Mayor Dlamini Zuma, Minister of COPTA. Honorable Mayor Dlamini Zuma.
Thank you very much, House Chair. I just wanted to make a few comments. One, I agree with the presenters, Councillor Baloyi, that it's important to have the political leadership with a political will, ethical, and also ensuring ethical and consequence management in the municipality so that they can deliver basic services for the people. And I also agree with Dr. Nzo and also the last presenter who talked about the viable municipalities. What I think we have not emphasized in the whole 3 days is the part of, it's the responsibility of local government to promote social and economic development. I've been listening very carefully over the 3 days. This has not been emphasized, but it's very important because in the end, if you have a community or a municipality where the biggest employer is government, whether it's teachers, police, municipal workers, then you are heading for trouble. It's very important to have economic activities in the municipality so that people don't see government as the employer, as the only employer, and they don't fight. Why do we think people kill for being a councillor? Because one, being a councillor, I hope this will change, does not really require much. As long as you are popular and people like you, or you can bully yourself into being a councillor. Most councillors are okay, but there are those who actually want to kill for being a councillor. Why? Because that's the easy employment. You want to be a councillor so that you can be employed.
or you want to have a friend who's a councillor. But if there is adequate economic activity and the government is not the biggest employer, people will then want to be councillors because they are interested in the job, not because it's the only job they can get in their community. So I'm just saying, maybe I hope another local government week in future can emphasize a lot more on this aspect of social and economic development, which is a mandate, a constitutional mandate of local government under Section 152. So that's the only comment I wanted to make at this stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Dlamini Zuma. Part of what you are also assisting, as we know that we are going to conclude the local government week tomorrow, we'll be having that debate in the National Council of Provinces. So it will also assist to highlight and raise that issue that is very important. And it was also good to have a minister and some of the presenters and leadership of SALGA that decided to be part of the meeting right from day one up to this far. It shows that you take what we are seeing as a flagship of NCOP very, very serious. And we commend you for that. Even though there are people that will be dealing with that, let me take this opportunity and invite Councillor Nkadimeng, President of SALGA, Mayor of another municipality. I can't say the name of the municipality because we're always fighting. I'm saying that municipality is rural. She is disputing that, but I'll leave it for her to confirm. President of SALGA, Councillor Nkadimeng.
From the rural municipality, okay.
I'm happy I'm not saying it.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the session. Let me greet the Chairperson
for being rural.
I'm happy still, I'm not saying it. They're saying it.
Honorable Minister of COP, Mengo Sazana Dlamini Zuma, and the Deputy Ministers who blessed us this morning, MECs who are still present, honorable members of the NCOP and other members of the National Assembly, members of SALGA, the National Executive Committee, my colleagues who are mayors, executive mayors, speakers, councillors, and chief whips present. Allow me to start by expressing sadness at the passing of one of our true activists for humanity and a gallant freedom fighter, Advocate Bizos, yesterday. We join fellow South Africans in extending heartfelt condolences to Advocate Bizos' family, friends, colleagues in the legal fraternity in South Africa and internationally. We have indeed lost a veteran in Advocate Bizos, and his legacy and contribution to a new, better South Africa should be celebrated by all. We bow our head and we say, may his soul rest in peace. On behalf of the South African Local Government Association, as joint pioneers, together with the National Council of Provinces on this Local Government Week, it is indeed an honor to make this closing statement and express our sincere gratitude to all those who make the Local Government Week a reality. Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, the active participation and the lively debates, exchanges, and real engagements exceeded our expectations as SALGA. So much so, I believe this Local Government Week, conducted under very difficult and different circumstances and exploiting the new normal of our current today, has witnessed an unprecedented and major convergence of views that is groundbreaking, not only local government, but similarly for national and provincial government. Let me also hasten to add that it has stirred both national and provincial legislatures to play a more proactive role in strengthening oversight all over the three spheres of government. Despite the complexities of our different interests and challenges, I'm confident, Chair, that we will agree that cooperative governance is at the epicenter of advancing the interest of local government and breathing life into the theme of this year's Local Government Week, which was ensuring a capable and a financially sound municipalities. As I said during the opening session, since its launch in 2012, the previous local government weeks have concluded on very useful outcomes, of which very few have found expressions through implementation. It is therefore incumbent upon all of us, Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, that the solutions that have been proposed in the past 3 days find expression through implementation, and through that way, we will see change. This local government week must therefore assign, I repeat, specific people to work with us in driving these initiatives, as in processing recommendations through government systems, cabinet committees, and other important approval structures. We indeed have a responsibility, amongst others, to ensure a sense of agency in the implementation of the tasks as directed and entrusted by this local government week. And in doing so, to build a stronger local government that is more effective, efficient in carrying out its mandate to the greater benefit of the communities it serves. As I conclude, Chair, on behalf of the leadership collective of South African Local Government Association, I wish to thank everyone for participating in the 2020 edition of the NCOP Local Government Week. Thank you very much for your participation. I thank you.
Thank you, President of SALGA. Thank you. Job well done. I am just in between the president of SALGA, and now I'm going to invite a former president of SALGA, who is the chairperson of the NCOP. You can see the program, the passion that Ntate Masondo is having about issues of local government. It's always reminding us that the constitution is very clear that these spheres of government, in terms of our constitution, they are distinctive in nature, interrelated and interdependent. There's no big brother and big sister. Once we have that attitude, then we are not going to win whatever that we are trying to do. That is why we're in this together, in trying to make sure that we are building capable and financially sound municipalities. Tate Masondo, can you do your concluding remarks?
Thank you very much, Chair, Program Director, Minister Lamini Zuma, Deputy Ministers, Mayors, the SALGA National Executive Committee, councillors, ladies and gentlemen. Let me add my voice and salute Advocate Bezos and acknowledge the big loss that we're experiencing currently as the NCOP, as the people of South Africa. Program Director, in my opening remarks on the first day, I said that the National Council of Provinces had resolved to focus, amongst other things, on strengthening oversight and accountability to ensure the implementation of government objectives. I also said that our oversight work will require deeper insights, deeper scrutiny, and more effective involvement. It is in this way that we hope to contribute to the national task of improving the quality of life of all our citizens. I wish to thank all the participants for deepening the debate on how to ensure capable, and financially sound municipalities. What remains now is to set up a processing team as recommended by the President of SALGA, Councillor Nkadimeng, to assist with regard to implementation. The steering committee will finalize this matter soon. The Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, demonstrated how the district development model will work with hubs that will serve as a functional network of support and a facilitation system for intergovernmental planning. Municipalities will have access to critical and scarce skills such as engineers, planners, ICT specialists, and administrators, as the minister explained using the example of the introduction of these professionals to the community of Waterberg district, which is one of the pilot sites in the Limpopo in the past weekend. This indeed is work in progress. As always, the President of SALGA, Councillor Nkadimeng, raised very fundamental issues which we must attend to. One of these issues is the question of debt owed to municipalities. In this regard, we need to look at the proposal that SALGA is making, such as putting together measures to write off the ever-increasing household debt in exchange for the installation of prepaid water and electricity meters. Indeed, the MEC for COCTA in the Eastern Cape, Honorable Polile Ngata, solicited the assistance of the NCOP in devising a business rescue to save financially distressed municipalities. In seeking to address this particular challenge of municipal debt, we are indeed to be guided by what the Deputy Minister of Finance, Honorable David Masondo, highlighted. It is a fact, as we all know, that as things stand, the structure of the budget is such that expenditure outstrips revenue. And therefore, this is indeed something that we really need to pay attention to. We welcome the intervention by the National Treasury through the Municipal Finance Improvement Program to assist local government in improving its spending on conditional grants and to assist municipalities to build sound revenue management systems. Members will recall that when responding to questions in the NCOP in November last year, the Minister of Finance, Honorable Tito Mboweni, had called for a focus on the strategic utilization of these national grants to avoid a situation whereby these monies are taken back from municipalities because they are not spent. There has been general concern raised about the political interference in the administrative matters, which allegedly strains the relations between key political and administrative officials. The chairperson of the Select Committee on Cooperative Governance, Traditional Affairs, Water and Sanitation, and Human Settlements, Honorable Chana Todovu, referred to this as the elephant in the room. He suggested that this might actually be the source of the many challenges being experienced in some of our municipalities. We agree. A point has been made quite clearly that we must continue to interrogate the implementation of Section 139 interventions. The Deputy Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Honorable Taxtau, helped with unpacking some of the challenges. His suggestion for the review of our conception of Section 139 as an instrument is worth considering. His argument is that sometimes we design financially unviable municipalities and thereafter use wrong tools to seek to address the challenges they experience. Furthermore, We cannot escape the need to strengthen our legislative tools and take our legislative procedures to their final logical conclusion to improve outcomes as is suggested. The Intergovernmental Monitoring and Support Intervention Bill, which is required by Section 139 of the Constitution, will indeed assist a great deal. Parliament has long been waiting for the introduction of this bill. We are happy that the Office of the Leader of Government Business has now indicated that the bill will be introduced this year. The MEC for Kopta in Mpumalanga, Honorable Mandam Sibi, outlined the nature of the challenges currently besetting municipalities, like the Covenant-Begi local municipalities, in spite of the Section 139 intervention. We, however, commend the Mpumalanga provincial government and other provinces that have demonstrated support to municipality in line with Section 154 of the Constitution. This is the way to go. We still have much to learn in respect of the Section 139 intervention as a tool to assist municipalities. The MEC for local government in Gauteng, Honorable Lebogang Maile, cited two examples with different outcomes. One is in respect of the dissolution of the City of Tshwane Metropolitan Municipality, of which he said that the team of administrators deployed there had managed to stabilize the finances. The other is in respect of the intervention in the local municipality, which was placed under administration in 2018, but has still not shown any significant improvement. A number of the participants have raised the need to strengthen the Municipal Public Accounts Committee, the MPACs, to improve accountability. The importance of these committees is that they perform an oversight function on behalf of the council. To illustrate the need for the strengthening, the MEC from Northwest, Honorable Buitumelo Muilwa, cited a municipality that was placed under administration and was found not to have had a functional MPAC for many years. The Western Cape MEC for local government, environmental affairs and development planning, Honorable Anton Cradell, spoke of a tsunami that is traveling at 200 kilometers per hour and is set to hit the finances of our municipalities. As leaders, we should be able to predict possible calamities so that we can fashion better responses. The reality, though, is that the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic will, amongst other things, result in serious decline in revenue in municipalities. We thus require some foresight and agility to meaningfully respond to this challenge. We have taken note of the point made by Honorable Bridell that our institutions should engage national government to ensure improvement of the capacity of the country's law enforcement and prosecuting authorities. It is important that the country should continue to build the necessary capacity to deal with the question of corruption and malfeasance. This sentiment was strongly supported by MEC of Kopta and the Eastern Cape and the chairperson of NCOP Select Committee, Chana Godov. We agree. The Auditor General, Mr. Kim Makwetu, highlighted the importance of addressing the lack of planning discipline, which exposes municipal administrations to abuse and the need for preventative controls. We welcome with great appreciation his launch yesterday of the preventive control guidelines to assist public officials in dealing with wasteful, fruitless, unauthorized, and irregular expenditure. Today's inputs confirm some of the issues raised with regard to Section 139. Councillor Begumuz Stofile, representing Salaga, made the observation that some municipalities emerge from an intervention worse than before, while others are subjected to a series of interventions. This points to the following issues raised collectively by Dr. Tracy Ledger from the Public Affairs Research Institute, Honorable Todovo, Councillor Stoffel and Deputy Minister Tau, and the issues are incorrect diagnosis, application of incorrect remedy to problems, interventions taking place later in the process, haphazard and unstructured invocation of Section 139, lack of early provincial warning systems, and the failure to use provisions of the Municipal Finance Management Act. From the point of view of the NCOP, we would like to see the following: establishment of early warning systems, proper diagnosis of the problem and problems, strengthening the monitoring and support functions of the province, interventions must be targeted, identify the areas of concern. The provincial government should adopt an incremental approach, timer submissions of complete documents to minister, provincial legislature, and the NCOP. Interventions should be carried out in the spirit of cooperation. Establishment of forensic units, strong focus on participation of local communities, development of exit strategy after interventions, the aftercare question that was raised by many people, spirit facilitation of the intergovernmental monitoring and support intervention bill. A detailed report on the input made in this local government week is being crafted and will soon be finalized. It will assist us in processing the issues and setting up time frames. We also appreciate the indication by the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, that should ensure that the MINIMEC will also look at some of these critical issues. As the Chief Whip of the NCOP, Honorable Seiso Mahai, said, the key question is moving beyond these conversations towards locating municipalities at the cutting edge of national development. We applaud all the municipalities that continue to set the good example as sites for the advancement of the country's agenda of socio-economic transformation. Good practice should be emulated by all of us. Let us continue to learn from one another. From the bottom of my heart, I would like to thank everyone who participated in these proceedings. This has been an exercise worthy of our effort and time. Tomorrow, we meet at a sitting of the NCOP to consolidate on work done thus far. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you very much. Thank you. Quickly, the Chief Whip of the NCOP will do the announcement about tomorrow. Tate Mohai, Chief Whip.
Thanks, House Chair. The Chair was spot on today. The participants tomorrow are reminded to be on time, particularly those that will be registering as special delegates. The system will be open from 8:30 in the morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, honorable members, colleagues. This one of today is officially adjourned. Thanks for everything.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, members who are done.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Bye.
Hey, Tabo.
Bye-bye.
Explain to me.
Deputy Chair.
Bye, Nana. Bye,
Yeah.
bye, Nana.